Hello there. How's it going? It's Sunday, and it's more Pokemon time. Let's see how much work today will come in. There have been a few work tasks already, so might be a busier day. We'll see. Anyways, let's start the game. All right. Good. Let's check out the jobs. What do we have right now? We have a lot for the Brine Cave, so that's probably gonna be the next one. Tree Short Forest. I think I have one already, yeah. So let's take this one, yeah, okay. It's not a... has no restrictions, it's not an escort mission, so it's totally fine. What do we have here? Another one for the Tree Shroud Forest. No restriction, perfect. And the Brine Cave mission, wonderful. We did the Crystal Crossing just last time. So let's get rid of this one. And get the Brine Cave. Alright. Now, obviously, gotta activate all of them. So we have 4 quests for the Brine Cave. From the 5th to the 8th. In one go. So that's quite convenient. Everything seems to be fine. Okay. Then we go and manage the items again. Do I have some chests? I do. Okay. I have so many orange gummies. Wow. Okay. Oh, storage is already full again. Which means we gotta go gambling again. An offer, alright. Calcium. That's good. And I have the stuff for it. Calcium is for special attack. That can be useful in the future. Okay. A lot of those new bands I could sell again. Gotta think of that. So, our Renberry is... It deals damage, okay. Well, great. Now, I don't really care that much about getting an item, a good item anymore from this. Because they are usually not that great even. And I just wanna... Let's just wanna free up some space. That's more important. Reduces the level. Well, go away, please. No special effects, slightly fills the belly. Okay. We'll keep that. I have so much max elixir. Let's trade some of those. Hell yeah, let's go! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh! Congratulations for Hyper Beam! Ooh, Hyper Beam. Interesting. Oh, and work seems to have popped up. Let's see if I can get the slot for the task. It's taking a second. There we go. I have it, so there will be a short break. Yeah, it's weird. Yesterday and on Friday there was barely anything, but today on Sunday there is a lot more going on in terms of work. I have no idea why. Let's just quickly read this. So it's line of sight, so it's just one beam. On the target, it only affects one target, so it doesn't pierce anything. And past status, yes. Normal type, special. Okay. So yeah, that would be pretty cool. Maybe I'll actually give this to Munchlax. But it's time for work right now. So I will be back in about 15 minutes. Sorry about that.
Hey there, and welcome to this tutorial about how to draw snow leopards. I really enjoyed drawing them, especially because of their fluffiness and beautiful fur pattern. And I hope you will too by the end of this video. So let's get right to it. Thank you. I'm going to start with the head, and we slightly look at it from the side. And for that, I'm drawing this oval shape. Why do I choose to draw an oval and not a circle for the basic shape of the head? If we look at the skull from the side, you are able to see that you can roughly simplify it with an oval. Its height is about 60% of the longest length. Of course, it is not perfect. We will have to make some small adjustments later. But I personally have an easier time drawing their heads this way, rather than using circles and adding the snout in front of it. I would say it's just personal preference. Do whatever works best for you. I'm also going to add the center lines, which will be quite helpful to add all the facial features. Like so, horizontally and also 2 times vertically. And I also like to add this line here that is connected with both of these intersection points at the side, and it will help us determine the position of the eyes. In order to explain their facial structures in a more comprehensible way, I made 2 sketches of a head from the front and side. With what you start doesn't matter all that much, but I personally like to start with the nose, and for that we draw this wide triangular shape, and also the nose bridge, which follows basically the same direction as the center line here, has these 2 straight lines, which more or less have a constant width. Right here, where it touches this line that we drew before, I'm going to curve around and draw these indications for their eyes. Then I draw a small line downwards, and an upside down Y shape. Curve around to connect with the nose corners. Over here too, but I'm stretching a bit further. The mouths aren't that large though, so I'm drawing it rather compact. Now let's do some adjustments for the head shape. First of all, here, I'm going to subtract a little bit here at the side. And then go around, like so. And also down here, it slightly extends over the oval shape and converges back. As for the ears, what I normally do is start from the middle of the eyes and draw these guidelines that are parallel to the center line here. And at a point that is fairly close to the back of the head, as you can also see here, I'm going to put down the inner corners of the ears. From there you draw a straight line at an angle, curve around, the height is slightly above the top of the head, and then leave a small gap. You don't draw it all the way, otherwise it would look a little bit weird. And at the other side we draw an ear that is turned away from us. Therefore we draw a straight line, again at an angle, and then the back of the ear, which is basically just forming a triangle shape, but not perfectly. It is slightly wider at the base. And then you can add some indications for the head shape, because they have a quite round looking head. I switched now to a sketch that I already prepared beforehand, and will continue doing so in this video. This way I can make sure that I have good looking and accurate drawings for you. Next up is the rest of the body. At first we're going to draw the very basic skeletal structure. This will help getting the proportions and general pose right. To give you a better comparison, here you can see a drawing of the skeleton that I made. The pose is very simple and it only shows one side of the legs, but it is enough to show most of what we need to know. I am going to compare the size of the individual body parts with the length of the head. So this length of the oval shape, plus a little bit extra since we look at it slightly from the side. Starting with the neck, I'm planning on drawing this snow leopard with its head fairly low, and the length of the neck is slightly shorter than the head length. So this is where the shoulders would be, and from there we measure about 3 lengths of the head, 3 units, which are going to form the spine. So about like this and this and this much. It doesn't have to be perfect, just roughly 3 head lengths. Continuing with the shoulders, here the shoulder blades can slightly move independently from each other, therefore I always keep them separated. They are slightly shorter than the head length, and when they are standing straight, they are pointing forwards, and the upper legs are angled backwards, and the length is about as long as the head length. And the lower legs have basically the same length as the upper legs. I'm keeping the perspective in mind, therefore the lower we are, the more this distance here is increasing. Some small parts for the feet, and some placeholders for the paws. Let's continue with the hip. For that, I normally draw this kind of curve with the joint down here, and that both sides of the hip cannot move independently from each other because it's just one singular bone. Now, one thing you can do if you already know where the ground is start with the feet and then work yourself upwards. So for example, I'm going to choose one over here, and let's say the other one right here. And now we draw this part of the foot, which is slightly shorter than the head length, and these angles here are already predefined because it depends on where the feet are in relation to the hip. So the further they are at the back, the more vertical this angle becomes. So here we have the joints. I'm going to add a little bit extra here, and the rest is just simply connecting the dots. The upper and lower leg have the same length, and they are both slightly longer than the head length. Therefore, we just need to figure out the right angle so both the bones are gonna be the correct length. So about this here. Of course, we cannot forget the tail, which is about the same length as the spine, so 3 times the head length. And when they are relaxed, they normally have this sort of curvature. And one thing you can do, which is optional, is to add an indication for the rib cage above the knees and connecting with the middle of the spine. Now here is the complete first prepared sketch phase. Next up, let's add more details on top of it. I start once again with the nose. Down here we have this small V shape, then curving upwards at a slight angle, and then from this nose corner here we draw a curve hooking around and connecting with the front over here too, but slightly flatter because we look at it from the side. Add the shadow, and the shadow is going to stretch all the way up towards the nose corner, because there is still a small gap right here in this corner. On the other side too. And also, do not forget this line here in the middle. For the top of the nose, we start right in the middle of this line and draw a very flat wave shape. I'm curving around, it is not a sharp corner, and draw the nose bridge. Here I have a sketch of a snow leopard's eye for you. There are a couple of things to consider when drawing their eyes in a somewhat realistic way. First of all, their pupils are circular and not slit-shaped like smaller cats'. The eyelids have a certain thickness, so when you draw an eye in detail, make sure you add some depth to the lids too. Here we look at it from the right, therefore you can especially see the depth of the lids on the left side. The iris and pupil are more or less flat, while the transparent cornea in front of those is round. This adds some extra depth, which you can emphasize by using shadows. And the color of the iris is usually pale green, blue or grey. I'm not coloring anything yet, since I still need to continue the sketch. So let's draw the eyes. And first the inner eye corner, which is slightly curving inwards. And how you draw the upper lid decides what kind of emotion they are showing. So if it's flat, then they could be tired or just simply relaxed. But if you draw it very wide and round, then it can be excited or playful or even terrified. Then from this corner below the upper lid, we draw this circle. And it is cut off at the top, can also be slightly cut off at the bottom if the eye is very narrow. At the bottom I'm continuing with the eye corner once again, and I am going to leave a gap between the eye and this line that I'm drawing, because I want to have an indication for the eyelid. So I'm adding some depth, which is important to make the eye look more three-dimensional. You can see that the gap is larger here on the left side, while on the other side it is converging with the circle. Of course, we don't want to forget the pupil, which is this round shape, and repeat the same thing on the other side. But this time it is also cut off by the nose bridge, so we need to take that into consideration. Then I draw the mouth, which is basically just following the lines that you drew before. I can add a little bit more curvature right here at the front. And I draw all the way until the mouth corner, and from there I can only draw some slight indications, but I'm not filling out the whole shape. For the chin, I can add this corner here at an angle, and the chin hair, very simple. The whiskers are growing out of these rows, and the top row is where the nostril is located, at the same height, and the others are lower. There is a gap between the top row and the lower rows. Make sure that you add some curvature to these rows. And then the whiskers themselves. At the front you normally have this shorter hair, and then curving around. And add some variation, make the length and also the orientation different for each hair. So here in this example I'm drawing the snow leopard with its mouth closed. To teach you more about their teeth and how to draw them with their mouth open, let me briefly show another extra sketch I made. So first of all, to draw a mouth opened, you should know where the hinge is located. Right here, closely behind the center, in the lower back quarter of their head. Both of these sketches are of a snow leopard yawning. You can tell by their eyes being closed, their tongue stretched forward with their tip curving up. And if they would be growling instead, then they would push up their cheeks, further exposing their intimidating teeth and making their nose bridge wrinkle up. The teeth structure is basically the same for all cats, large and small. At the front you have the 6 incisors and 2 canines on each side. Then you have a gap which is larger at the bottom, followed by the premolars and the molars at the very back. Those are more like chunks of teeth, which get progressively larger the further they are located at the back. If drawing from the side, you curve down from the nose, stay relatively flat, until we get to the mouth corner, strongly curving down, and then progressively get flatter. If these sketches made you yawn, then I'm sorry. Alright, next up let's focus on the head shape, basically following the shape that we already have. For the ears, first of all here, this one is going to be very simple. I'm just adding a bit of extra hair, some long hair in front of it. And here I'm adding a slight corner, going up, back around. And here I also want to have a corner with some extra skin that is folding whenever they are turning or folding their ears. I'm adding some hair that is curving inward at the sides, like so. On this side a bit fainter. And then some strands right in front of it, with this part here being dark. Some shadows here. And then I just simply continue going downwards and sketch out these strands of fur. You can add here and there some extra detail, especially right here at the center of the forehead. They have this sort of ridge. Oh, and one thing that I have forgotten, which is still very important. At the back of the ear, they have these patches, these spots of white fur sticking out like so. Once again, here is the prepared version, looking much better. Let us continue with the rest of the body. And I'm drawing the paws. In order to simplify them, I'm drawing this large oval shape. They have very large paws. And then I draw some indications of the individual toes. Like so. You can have it sectioned off into 4 parts, although the 4th part will be mostly hidden behind the 2nd toe. And while they're just normally standing, this is basically their shape. They have these round looking paws. I skipped ahead because all of these paws are drawn basically the same way. From this pose, you cannot see how the paws are structured in detail. Therefore, I prepared more extra sketches. Similar to what I already showed, you can start with a very simple oval shape. Just make sure that you flatten it at the bottom. I sectioned the front of the paw into 4 parts for the individual toes. The paw pads can be simplified with little ovals too. They are located not all the way at the front, but you leave a little bit of space for some fur. The center paw pad, the largest one, is not that simple, but still not that complicated either. You start with a long oval in the middle and then add 2 smaller ones at the sides. Alternatively, you can draw 2 rectangular shapes at the sides at an angle, and at the upper corners you curve them around. Keep in mind that the back and front paws are different from each other. First of all, the paw pads of the back paws are slightly larger, but the front paws have carpal pads at the back of the ankle, slightly off-center towards the outer side of the leg. They also have dew claws on their front feet, which are kind of like their thumbs. However, as long as they aren't stretching out their toes, it remains hidden underneath all of that fluff. And now with more details. The claws are in the middle of the individual toes. They are normally retracted and hidden by the dense fur. When they are extended, make sure to draw the fur around them shoved to the sides. Depending on the view angle, some fur is covering the paw pads. The smaller paw pads basically keep their oval-like shape. For the large one, some small adjustments are needed though. At the front, subtract a small part so it looks like a little wave curve. To add the proper depth, draw small curves so that these shapes overlap each other. And in general, make it look like the paw pads are embedded into the dense fluff. The overall shape of the paw is very round, and the individual toes don't really stick out all that much, so only include some very small corners. Alright, let's continue with our sketch. I'm planning on building upwards and draw these individual shapes.
Alright, and alright, we got the hyper beam. It's pretty nice. We'll keep it for now. Let me actually take a look at his moves. So we still have the vacuum cut. Hyper beam could replace the vacuum cut, perhaps. I'm not sure. The downside is that the pause status will be applied, and that is not that great. Also, line of sight. Does that mean that if he stands behind me, is he not gonna be able to use the move because I am in front of him? I'm not super sure about this. Anyways. We'll keep it a maybe for another time. For now... Oh yeah, before... Well, if I lose, then I will just reset. I don't have to be afraid of potentially losing the hyper beam now. So, it's fine. Okay, let's go to the brine cave. I'm gonna do this fast forward mode again because it worked pretty well last time. Okay, do I have... seal. There was somebody in my list, right? Wisteria, yes. So, which means Wisteria will be a seal. Celia. There we go. Sure, let's send Glammeow back. You can join us. Already right here. Oh, perfect. And paralyzed. Perfect. That's how I like it. Ouch. There is already the client. Oh, you're one of those who run away, huh? Going pretty well. We're getting super lucky. Shanti, hello. How are you doing this fine evening, night? Outside is very cold. Well, I can't really help you with that. I hope inside is not as cold. Oh, Seal might be in trouble. And I'm confused. Oh, fantastic. This is a mess. This one Pelipper is just messing everything up. There we go. My goodness. We already had the mission for this, right? Yeah. Let's go. And we spawn right with the Outlaw. Perfect. All 4 missions. Perfect. I love it. No, because I want the treasure. Today there were no outside adventures for me today. I said today twice, good job me. But yeah, I think the snow has probably melted for the most part at this point. Or just mostly turned into mud. You know, in the big city, that's just usually what happens with snow. If it's not fresh, it just turns into gray, gross. Crap. And becomes kinda depressing. Alright. Now for the rewards. A Vanish Seed. We have Diamond rank now. Hell yeah. The number of items that can be kept in the storage grew from 320 to 480. Nice. And a protein. Nice. Let's go. Psych up. Okay. Special band. We're getting a lot of points. We're already close to the next rank. Yeah, it was a cozy walk. I enjoyed it. Alright, we're not quite gonna go for the examination mission thingy. Not quite yet. So we have a lot for the Tree Shroud Forest. Maybe that shall be the next one. Also have something for the Crystal Cave. Let's see what's on the other board. Another one, yes, nice. Quicksand cave. Well, let's take this one too, why not? And then open everything up. And to Tree Shroud Forest, we're gonna go next. Okay. You're having a slight cold spell there. Street cleaners are working extra hours. Oh dear. A cold spell over there must mean like extra cold. Like jeez. I hope that you can heat everything else. You can heat your apartment well. You have it nice and cozy. You don't need to go outside too much. To build a snow Totoro. Well, you have a chance. That is true too. All right. Right. How about we actually check out the TMs? Thunder. Okay. Cool. Oh yeah, Vincenti. You got a Sandshrew. And I called it Vincenti. So there you go. Oh, okay, goodbye. All you gotta do is wiggle a bit. All you gotta do is wiggle a bit. Wiggle a bit. Wiggle a bit. And goodbye again. Sandshrew? It's a ground type Pokemon. I can show you. Doo-doo-doo. And it's also from the first generation. There, this little guy. It's a cutie. Vin Sandy. It's you. Alright. On what floors do we have to be? Ooh, we have to go deep. All the way to the 14th. Okay. Okay, can I please turn off that aqua ring? And what does it even do? Every few turns, or whatever. Close enough to pangolins? Yeah, it's probably inspired by pangolins even. They're very cute. Ouch. Opa. Sword dance again. Sure. Okay. Solar beam. Alright. And the seal is getting lost again. Oh dear. Stop with the sword dance. Just attack. Oh, great. Using up all of my reviver seeds. Fantastic. Ugh. The team is not exactly smart. In which case... turn this off. Turn this off. And this. What is Brian? It's an attack, yes? Yes. Good. You're hungry. Oh God, no. In that case. There. Good job, Zeribot. There's a reviver seat somewhere. Okay, I want that. Seal, why are you... Right. One more and then we finally get to work on the missions. There we go. It's a ditto. And down. Another flash. One. There we go. That's number 2. Okay, let's turn this off too. Another level, nice. Oh, my inventory is full. Oh, this was part of the mission. Come on. Let's switch places. It's the outlaw. Here we go. Yes. And we're done. Frustration. And Lunatone joins our team. Sure. We don't have anybody in the list, so no nickname for you. And we're actually gonna rank up again. There we go, super rank. Now we can hold 560 items in the storage. This is helpful. And I was hoping that I would find some good new Pokemon to join our team. Absol is alright, but Anyways, I think I will reattempt to do the story mission again. Actually, let me quickly check. What do we have? Nothing. Alright. We're still gonna check out the jobs. Here's another one for the Brine Cave. Let's take this one then. Tree Shroud Forest. Sure. Rescue, okay. Just wanted to check. Just to make sure that it's not an escort mission. So, currently we have a seal. Level 35, it's actually not too bad in terms of level. Absol is even lower in that level. There's been Sandy. Unfortunately, only level 22. How can I... Alright. Ice racing. Okay, we're gonna stick with this team right now. Alright, so... yeah, inventory. Bidoof Tooth. Hell yeah. Alright, now I'm gonna make sure to be well prepared. Maximizes attack and special attack. I'm gonna take this with me. It's facade. Alright. I'm gonna take another Reviver Seed with us. Doop 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 doop. Other than that, there's not really much else that could be useful, fortunately. Okay. So we'll pop this seed at the beginning of the fight for myself. And hope for the best. Now this time we're gonna have 2 additional Pokemon with us. Alright. Yeah, let's go. Oh, I am not allowed to take any other Pokemon with me. Wow, okay. Well, Well, at least I leveled up a bunch. And with a bunch, I mean a little bit. Well, we'll see, I suppose. Hey, leave. So many in a row. Oh, fantastic. Ah, great. What did you pick up? A warp seed. Alright. And another item. Doom seed. Okay. Another Reviver Seed, that's gonna be helpful. Well, I hope it's not gonna be helpful because we're not gonna need it. That would be optimal. But we'll see. Great. How annoying. What killed me just now? I was absorbing HP. I was showered with sludge. Seems to have been some kind of special ability when gulping gets defeated. And it works before I get healed. Fantastic. That was just terrible luck. Well, goodbye Reviver Seed. We're almost there. Already full. Oh. Alright, and this is it. Let's go. All right. So, I have a quick seed, so I will use that one at first. Then... Violent seed. Can do something else still. What shall it be? What can I do? How about... dodged. Okay, so Sunflora, I know that you can tank damage for others. So I need to make sure that you die first. Oh my god. It threw the sleep seed that I threw at it back at me and put me to sleep. This is so nasty. And it takes like 5 turns for me to wake up again. Good job. Oh my god. That is really annoying. This is so... Well, back at it we go. This super RNG fest of a goddamn mission. Let's get back to it. Yeah, it is. Ouch. I think I might have a command for it. I don't remember right now. Shaders? That's not it, right? Oh, yeah. That one I can actually delete. It seems like I don't have a command for it, which I will note. I should make a command for it. But yeah, there's a tutorial out for that sort of thing, where you can set up some kind of dynamic lighting to affect whatever PNG tuber or VTuber you have. And it requires some layering and several scenes, but it works pretty well. Come on, just kill it. Please, thank you. What am I doing? There might be an explosion again. Okay, this time there isn't. Good. But yeah, Vinsanti, if you are interested, perhaps somehow, you could actually set this up with your camera. Since you remove your background and stuff, like this could also affect your camera in a certain way. Quick seed, nice. Oh dear. Okay, this is the last one. Well, at least it affected also the other one. Oh, and it warped. Goodbye. Okay, now then. I'm gonna try it again to give an Orm Bearer to Relax Bro. Maybe it works. I don't know. And yeah, that's all I can do. Pretty much. And this time I'm not gonna throw any seeds. Alright, so first the quick seed. Then maximum violence. And this time I will point this way. Prepare a focus punch. Bam. Attack fell sharply. Oh, this is absolutely what I don't need. You're down. There is work again. Hopping in. We'll do this after the fight. Right, you go next. I don't like you. Oh, another one who can protect. Oh no. Well, I have to use a heal seed right now. Well, actually, you're very much far down. I will give this to Relax Bro right now. Okay, another one's down. My attack is going to shit. Ouch. It doesn't heal me, right? It's just the status, yeah. Both of them are at half HP. Really not good. I'm confused, so I would have to cure my confusion at first before I can attempt to do anything. Well, I can attempt to do an attack, but the likelihood of me hitting an enemy is low. I don't want to gamble right now, otherwise, but other than that also, I'm low on HP and need to heal. Well, I think I need to take the risk. Okay, we hit some. But I miss, of course I do. There, well. And Relax Bro didn't use the Orm Bear in his hand. I don't understand how this works. Well, another failure once again. It worked. It went a bit better this time, at least. Yeah. Still have... Oh, we lost a lot of items. Do we have everything that's at least important? Also, no reviver seeds work either. That's right. How difficult did they really try to make this fight? I cannot bring any other Pokemon with me? I cannot use reviver seeds? What the hell? Well, in that case, I'm gonna reset because I don't want to lose my reviver seeds. And we're gonna pause because work. We'll be back in about 15 minutes again.
Hey there! In this video I'm going to show and explain to you how I made this picture here of these two lions sitting on the beach in front of a romantic sunset. It was part of my drawing tutorial video about how to draw lions. If you want to know more about that topic, I recommend watching the tutorial video. In this time-lapse, I will mainly focus on the other details and stories. The first lion that I'm sketching out is the one from Steven Universe, and I wanted to bring in a little bit of his cartooniness into this picture, but keep the anatomy still mostly realistic. You can for example see that I shaped the nose more like a heart and slightly exaggerated the forehead so that it looks closer to the bean shape that is lion's head. We look at him from behind and he's turning around his head to see what the cubs are doing. Cats can turn around the head quite significantly, that way they can clean themselves on more hard to reach areas too. While doing so, their back bends a bit to the side. The lioness at his side is just resting her head on his shoulder. Of course, that's more of a human than a lion thing to do, but I just want him to look cute. Even their tails are entangled. How romantic. I'm already starting with the second stage of the sketch, even though the cubs are still missing. I wanted to figure out the shape of his mane at first, and also the order doesn't matter all that much. You can see that I made a lot of fine adjustments. Better to do these during the sketching phase than later. And I can tell you, the mesh transformation is such a huge help. His mane is looking extra fluffy and large. Not quite the same size and shape as in the original version, it's a middle thing between reality and the cartoon. The mane looked too rectangular at first, so I changed its shape so that it is slightly more narrow down his back. Making sure that the hind legs are sticking out to the side in their sitting position. Oh, and flipping the picture is also very helpful to notice any mistakes in the proportions. Only a few months ago I got used to it, and I really should have done so much earlier. Now here's the first little brat. That one is looking up, so I'm making sure that the snout is pointing straight forward. And the little paws as it is mischievously looking out of Lion's magical portal mane. A second cub on the other side, currently trying to climb inside. I didn't spend too much time with the proportions and details, since these are just two smaller parts of their bodies. Their poses just have to look cute and silly. I made the orientation of the strands follow the hair flow of Lion's mane and also the angle at which the cubs are positioned. Therefore, on the left the hair is pointing more to the side, while on the right it is rather centered. The cubs were drawn in realistic proportions, but later you will see a little detail that hints at them being Lion's cubs. Now the outlining. pretty straightforward, just using black for the lines, at least for now. I tried to make the eyes more cartoony looking, but in the end I decided to change them. Drawing fur is still challenging to me. I made a tutorial video about it years ago, but it wasn't the best, to be quite honest. But I improved in the meantime. Two things I keep in mind is that firstly, I am adding gaps in between the lines. I'm not trying to close off all the hair outlines. And that way I have more control over the density of lines, and also it is easier and quicker to do. Secondly, I tried to put the hair together in strands. It is simply a matter of getting used to often change the curvature of the lines and avoiding drawing them all in the same way, always mixing it up. You can see very clearly how much I struggled. All the times when I hit undo to redraw the lines, it was quite a process. To add to the fluffy feeling of his mane, I made sure to make the tips of the hair strands very curved, almost curly. Especially for long lines like these, it is incredibly helpful to turn the canvas so that it is easier for your hand to smoothly draw these curves. And I hope that all the turning and zooming in and out is not making you feel sick. I try to make it not too tasking for your eyes to watch, but if it still is, please let me know. One thing that I taught myself over the years is knowing when to add more detail and when to keep it simpler. If I'm drawing a picture that is supposed to be looked at as a whole and not zoomed in to see only parts of it, then adding a lot of details to small elements of the picture is unnecessary. When drawing digitally, you are prone to make that mistake since you can choose the resolution and zoom level freely. If you are drawing traditionally, then you would have to put a lot of extra effort into drawing super tiny details. One way to prevent that when using digital media is limiting the resolution to just what you actually need. So the maximum would be around what most screens nowadays can display. And that way the resolution itself will limit you in how small the detail you can draw can get. But of course, if you would need to upscale your drawing for some reason, then that would be quite difficult. I personally choose a resolution that is a bit larger, but also try to pay attention to the overall size of the individual elements of the picture. Zooming out to see the whole drawing is helpful for that matter. Well, let's get back to the actual drawing here. Here and there I added a few small strokes to add extra emphasis on the shape of their body, for example along their spines. In order to indicate the muscle structure of their bodies, I drew the lines a bit bumpier. I didn't worry all too much about making it 100% anatomically correct, just has to look believable. The parts that are in the background I simply hatched out and don't really add that much more attention to them. Some laziness is allowed. Now I'm getting to the coloring. The first step for the technique that I'm using is to brighten up the lines to a medium gray and set their layer to multiply. And that way the lines pick up any color that is underneath them and makes it darker. This is a neat way to make the lines colored without coloring them by hand. But the problem is that I have to make sure that the colors don't just fill out the areas between the lines, but also directly underneath them. You can see me painting in this monochrome blue color. This will be the base layer, and all the actual colors will be on top of that layer. It's just a simple way to make sure that I stay inside the outlines. There are several ways to paint that base layer. I chose the most straightforward way, which is painting it by hand. Probably not the most efficient way. I'm still experimenting a bunch with that method. So in the future you might see me using a different approach. After I'm done with the base layer, I simply change it to white. The first color didn't really matter. I just needed a color that is high enough in contrast so that I'm able to see if I'm painting out everything properly. And then I proceed by separating the cubs and the mane from the base color layer by giving them extra base color layers. At this point, I'm still not using the actual colors, but only some that are still high in contrast. I am paying close attention to which lines belong to which colors. For example, here I only paint in the area under those lines that actually belong to the main. Other lines, like the ones for his face, are omitted. And now I finally use the actual palette for the base colors. Lions' colors are of course the same as in the original version, and the others have the more realistic palette. Well, almost. As you can see, the little cub has a pink tuft for its tail. Moving on to the shading, I actually could have done this right after I was done with the first base layer. The order doesn't matter all that much. I deactivated the colors and only paint on white, because this way I can properly distinguish the brightness values and focus on the contrasts. This is also a method that I learned not that long ago. At the same time, I'm using a brush that is capable of color mixing, and its density is fairly low, while the color I chose is very dark. This way I can adjust the values by smudging and pulling the already existing paint on the layer. At first I paint in the shades very roughly, and then progressively add more and more detail. You can also see that I don't just use gray, but colored shades. It is just a simple way to make your painting more colorful and therefore more interesting. The outermost areas and the area around the cubs still stays relatively bright, since these areas are going to be illuminated. For a lighting scenario like this sunset here, you have to use a very strong contrast. I can also use the shading stage to add more detail to the long hair strands. Also, I'm making sure that the light from the portals in Lions' mane is also reflected off the cubs and lion themselves. I used shading to give their bodies more detail too. It is very useful to add indications of bones and muscles underneath their skin. Lions have very short fur, so this kind of structure is very well visible. In general, I really like that kind of brush that I'm using, because it gives the picture a very paintery kind of look. You can see all of these strokes and smudges similar to traditional paint. It adds a neat texture in my opinion. Since the light from the portals is emitted around the cubs, the very front of their body parts is still going to be dark. There is no direct light coming from in front of their face or, well, their butt. When doing the shading, I want to make ridges and overlapping body parts extra dark to emphasize the shapes. For example, the areas between the torso and the hind legs, or the shoulder blades. Don't forget to add drop shadows too, like for Lions' mane or the overlapping tails. These kind of shadows are important to make the painting more three-dimensional looking. When I'm done with the shading, I reactivate the colors again and adjust the color of the shades. And here I'm moving on to the light that is coming from the portals. I wanted to make it really bright, so that it kind of looks like the cubs are engulfed by the light. I established a gradient of light around the portals. The light doesn't reach out that far though. Adding a couple of extra details, like the little reflections in the eyes, the nose, or the hair. Using this light, I can make the mane appear very silky and soft. By the way, the layer for the light is set to glow dodge. It's very useful for creating shiny and glowing looking effects, as the name suggests. I just have to make sure that I use a brush with very low density, since the glows get quite intense very quickly. The light layer is clipped above all the other layers, even the layer for the lines. This way I can create this glowing look around them, especially for the tips of his hair. Here a short interruption, because I noticed I haven't finished the paint job on the cubs and lioness yet. And I even forgot about the whiskers. This happens so often to me, but they are so essential for their cat look. Okay, I'm moving on to the background. I simply got the color palette by picking out the colors from a photograph. So I have strongly saturated oranges and yellows, which become more and more desaturated for the shades and the parts of the sky that are further away from the sunset. Just splashing on some paint at first and smudging it all together to establish the general composition. Adding the drop shadows of these two, which get less and less sharp as the distance increases. I didn't pay too much attention to the shape of the drop shadows since the sand is going to be very bumpy and therefore distort the shape anyways. Dimmed down the background colors a bit and then moved on to adding more detail. I have to say that I previously did not have much experience in drawing beach scenes. I didn't know much about how to draw sea waves or sand. So you are going to see me trying to figure out how to make it look right. I added an orange color layer over the lines set at multiply and low opacity. The sand was quite challenging to me because of the bumpy texture of it. I had to make sure that I added extra dark shadows right underneath the lines' tails and behinds. And I added some paw prints in the sand. That was especially hard to figure out. They required their own shading and highlighting, and some of them were overlapping. Also, getting the perspective right was important too. When I did the shades of the sand bumps, I made sure that they got progressively smaller the further away they were from the wearer. And the frontmost part of the beach had no sand bumps, because the waves wash over it. Let me also talk about the water. To make it more interesting looking, I added a bit of extra color to it. You can especially see some purple in there. The waves I simply illustrated as bright, narrow, shaky lines, and they needed a lot of sparkles, of course. On the beach you can see the soft waves coming in. At the very edges there is this blurry looking foam from the last wave that rolled over the sand. The sunset reflections on the water were painted actually much wider than they normally would be, but I wanted to have this beautiful light surrounding the lines. It makes everything look even shinier. Added some textures as multiply layers to the painting and for the sand in particular. Using these seamless textures is an easy way to improve a digital painting. It is just important that these textures are very faint. Can't have enough sparkles, so I added some around the cups, on top of the waves, and also the sand bumps to indicate the grains of sand particles sparkling in the sun. The tails were bothering me a lot in particular, because they kept on looking out of place in the middle of the dark drop shadow. So I really had to darken them up and adjusted sand textures underneath them.
Alright, and I'm done again. Okay, so I've been thinking a little bit and I will try to make sure to take as many useful seeds as possible with me. But the reviver seeds apparently don't work, which sucks. I'm going to take another violent seed so that I can buff my Munchlax with it. Any sort of throwing seeds, like stun seeds and whatnot, I will not use because I just learned that they could be used against me. Fuck no to that. Seems like I don't have any other quick seeds, unfortunately. That makes things a little bit more complicated. And then I will also get something that the Munchlax can wear. Question is, however, what? Maybe just a defense scarf? Sure, let's have one of those. And that's already about what I can do. We have 2 violent seeds now. The reviver seeds don't help me, but might as well have them in my inventory. Heal seed. Well, let's go with this now. Sure. I already found something. What is it? A stamina band. Oh my god. You used up a reviver seed. Cool. And sleep. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, this is new. I just get a bunch of boxes. How nice. Do 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 do. Ouch! Another ouch. And then I don't use my brain and just step on it again. Good job, me. And the poison. Another work task. Yeah, today there are a lot more work tasks coming in. Even though it's a Sunday, I'll play a little bit more. But then we'll get to work. There's the explosion. What is this? Metal Code. A mysterious substance full of special filmy metal. It allows certain kinds of Pokémon to evolve. Okay. My inventory is already full. Let's eat this one. Where are the stairs? Where are the stairs? There they are. Ouch. What? That reminds me, my friend. It's been a while since I've heard anything. I wonder how my friend is doing. Eradicate fought back tears. Set to endure. What was that? Huh? That was weird. Anyways. How dare you? Friggin' toxic. Why are there so many? Why do I miss? And also this. Okay. Doom Seed, I don't care. Alright, we're here now, finally. And now it's work time. We'll be back soon. Hey there, in this video I'm going to give you a couple of tips on how to improve your emotes for Twitch, Discord, YouTube and the like. These tips work for many graphics programs, not just the one that I'm using here, which is Clip Studio Paint. Most of these tips are suited for many different styles. It doesn't even necessarily need to be drawings. And it can also be applied to badges and other small size designs. Alright then, let's start. Tip number 1. Have a small preview open at all times. When you're working on your emote, you are usually zoomed in very close. However, at the actual size it will have in chat, it's gonna look quite different. Instead of constantly zooming in and out, you can have a preview window open that shows your project in a much smaller size. You can use the navigator for that, or you open a new window, which is a duplicate of the canvas you're currently working on. There you can adjust the zoom level to match the small size format. By the way, I can recommend this in general. Having a smaller version of your project visible helps you to see the overall composition and contrasts, so that you don't get too absorbed in small details. Tip number 2. Make your emotes larger than the minimum size, unless you're doing pixel art. If you are already keeping track of how your emote is looking like at the smallest size, then you can go ahead and make the canvas significantly larger. Go for sizes above 400, 500, 800 pixels, whatever you want. Although there is no point in completely overdoing it, and many platforms have file size restrictions. Having more pixels can be helpful while working on the emote, and also enables you to use the files for other purposes, like prints for example. The only exception would be pixel art. In that case you would go the opposite way, start at the smallest size like 28 by 28 pixels for Twitch, and then upscale the image by multiplying it by whole numbers. Make sure that you choose an interpolation method with hard edges in that case. Tip number 3. Switch your background color. All of those platforms like Twitch, Discord, YouTube and so on have both light and dark modes. Different people have different preferences, so you want to make sure that your emotes look good on either theme. It's enough to switch between a white and a dark gray background. Create an extra fill layer to make switching easier.
You could even go and pick the specific gray of the chat where the emotes are gonna show up. Some common mistakes I have seen is that some people have very dark looking emotes, like a black kitty, and it ends up being barely recognizable on dark mode, or some bright sparkles which mostly disappear in light mode. I'm drawing these emotes very hastily because I'm only trying to get a point across. Discord, by the way, technically has a lot more themes, especially if you have Nitro, but I'd recommend to just focus on the standard light and dark mode. Tip number 4. Create enough contrast. You want to make sure that all the important elements of your emote are still distinguishable at the smallest size. Therefore, be careful about the colors you choose. If they are very similar, then you might still be able to tell them apart at large sizes, but at the smaller sizes they start to blend together. In that case, however, lines can be used to separate those shapes. That's mostly what lines are here for, after all. You gotta make sure that the lines are thick enough though, so that they'll show up when shrunk down. Line color is also something to consider. Not only is it an aesthetic choice, but can also be useful for establishing more contrast. So for example, we could make the black kitty from earlier work by adding bright outlines to separate it from the dark background, and giving the sparkles some darker yet colorful tones. There we go. Tip number 5. Emphasize character expressions. Very often emotes are used to communicate certain emotions, and facial features are essential to show those emotions, most of the time. Therefore, make them large enough and create plenty of contrast. It can be even a good idea to really exaggerate them, making them larger than you normally would. Of course, if you want to go for a specific style, then perhaps don't overdo it too much. However, if it's style versus readability, then I would favor readability. Tip number 6. It's okay to crop out parts. In order to make important features like the face larger and more readable, it can make sense to zoom in so much that the parts will be cropped out. When I created my very first emotes, I made the mistake of always trying to fit in the entire head of the characters I drew. Now this depends of course on the character design and style. In some cases it can be totally fine. But if you have a character with more details and smaller facial features, then I recommend zooming in further. Having all the details like the hair, horns and whatnot in the frame is not as important as the face or other features that are the main focus of your emote. Tip number 7. Don't overload your emote. In other words, don't add too many distracting details. Those details may look good when you're zoomed in, but could make the emote too cluttered looking at small sizes. This doesn't mean, however, that you have to make your emote super simplistic. Adding details is fine, as long as you keep an eye on how it looks like in the preview. The point is simply to avoid visually overloading it. Also, you or your client might want to use the image for other purposes too, for example showing it on stream at larger sizes, making prints of it like stickers and so on. In that case it would make sense to make sure that it looks good in both small and large sizes. Tip number 8. Don't waste too much time with small details. This is especially directed at all of you perfectionists out there, myself included. You don't have to make sure that every single pixel is flawless. A line looks a bit wonky, some areas are not perfectly filled in, drew over the lines a little bit. That's okay, as long as those happy little accidents don't have a significant impact on the emote at small scales. Little mistakes just get shrunk away. However, again, if you are planning on using the image at much larger sizes too, then that may be a different story. Tip number 9. Aim for consistency, when it makes sense. In order to make your sets of emotes of one specific character more professional looking, you might want to make sure that you retain the colors, proportions, style, scaling and such. So for example, if you arbitrarily make the character quite small in some emotes and in others it's really zoomed in, then this might look off, almost as if they were drawn by different artists altogether. Now there are exceptions to this rule, lots of exceptions even. Sometimes it makes sense to zoom in for dramatic effect, or zoom out to add effects. Sometimes you want to change the style to make it look silly. Don't let your creative freedom be restricted. Tip number 10. Make your canvas extra large to draw outside of the frame. By that I mean you're planning on only exporting a certain part of the canvas. This can have several advantages. Firstly, adjusting things like the position and scale can be easier. Secondly, if the emote is cropped in some sort of way, you could create an uncropped version at the same time. This can be useful if you want to use the image for other purposes again, like stickers. And thirdly, this is especially useful for animated movements that go beyond the borders of the frame. If you see the entire thing move, you can make sense of it more easily. In order to switch back and forth between the cropped and uncropped version, a mask layer can be useful. And some programs, like Clip Studio Paint, offer special canvas options for extending the frame. Depending on the software you use, you can either export by creating a selection for just the frame of the emote, or you have to crop the canvas, export, and then undo the cropping again. I, for example, have created a square shape specifically for that purpose, so that I can easily make a selection based on that layer. I know, it all is extra effort, but it can be worth it. Tip number 11. Make text as large and easy to read as possible, with as little letters as possible. If your emote design includes text, you have to give extra attention to how it looks like at small sizes. You really want to make sure that it doesn't become unreadable. Therefore, make the letters large. Designs like a character speaking with a speech bubble above them sometimes don't work very well. The character would already occupy a lot of space, leaving less for the text. Although, if done well, it can still work. Additionally, choose fonts that are easy to read. So avoid some super fancy looking fonts, even if they may look neat. And also only add short words. Don't try to forcefully squish that long word into that small box. A solution to this would be to separate it into several emotes though. That would use up more emote slots however. Or you could make an animated emote out of it. There would be many ways to do that. And a side note, emotes with singular letters might get rejected on platforms like Twitch, because they could get used to circumvent chat filters to write inappropriate words. Tip number 12. Use an emote tester. There's a free online tool that lets you upload an image to see how it would look like on Twitch and Discord in both light and dark mode. It works with animated GIFs too. This is a convenient way to make sure that your finished work looks good. I personally use it every time when I'm done with a commission and want to show the results to my client, by simply sending a screenshot of these previews. Now why would you need to do this if you already have the small sized preview up the entire time and switch the background color? Well, your preview might not exactly match the pixel sizes, or the downscaling method is slightly different. With this tester you get a better idea of how it's gonna look like in action. Tip number 14. Follow the platform's terms of service. Not so much a tip for how to make better emotes, but for preventing that your efforts might be wasted, or even worse. You want to be careful because certain emote designs might get reported by users, or rejected during the review phase. On Twitch for example, some designs, like non-naked butts, are a bit of a grey zone. Copyrighted characters also may get rejected, especially if the emote design would not reflect how the copyright holder would want the character to be portrayed. Those cases sort of depend on the emote reviewer, some are more lenient than others. However, don't push your luck too hard. If the emote is especially inappropriate, then the uploader might even get their account suspended. Tip number 14. Don't copy designs of other artists without their consent. Not really a tip, but more so a guideline on decency, and also legal advice. Other artists put a lot of work into those emotes. If you copy their design almost one-to-one with only a few changes, then this could be deemed highly disrespectful. And also, depending on the level of changes done, could potentially be considered a violation of copyright laws. Of course, it is still okay to use emotes of others as references to create your own unique design. That is normal in the world of art creation. I do that very often too. But if you basically just trace another person's artwork or copy-paste large chunks of it, then ask them for permission beforehand. And if they say no, then you have to accept that. And there we go, those are all the general tips that I could think of. I hope that they're helpful to you. As always, if you have any constructive feedback, then please leave a comment down below, and if you want to help me create more videos in the future, then perhaps consider supporting me on Patreon. Thank you a lot for watching, and see you next time.
Alright, done. And back. Now this time I don't have a quick seed, so... Oh, and I forgot to equip the defense scarf on Munchlax. Not that it does a huge huge difference. Not at all, actually. But still, oh well. There's not really a turn for me to do this. You go down first. Miss is good. And we already have to go draining. Alright. Another kill. Good, good. Taunted. Don't know what exactly that does. Might be fine. How are you? Okay, HP wise you're still okay. He's down. Good. It's fine. Okay, how about we focus on chat talk now? Chat talk is down. Okay, we're getting somewhere. It's a miss. It's an ouch. Big ouchies everywhere. How is Relaxbro doing? Not too great. But I'm also not doing too great, so... Guess let's get the Diglett. Fortunately, Corpish is still alive. Oh, I cannot move. I'm paralyzed, and Relaxbro is down. Oops. And back we go again. It went better, but still not good enough. I really could use a quick seed, and usually I find one along the way, but this time I didn't. So I don't have any problems one-hit killing them with my Railu. But I really would like to get a quick seed so that I can apply a violent seed also on Munchlax so that Munchlax has a better chance of one-hit killing the opponents. Great. Jamming out over there, I see. Another piece of software wrestled into submission. Uh-huh. You have a little success story. Fire Blast. Ooh. Pulse. Some decent TMs that we're fighting here. Let's see if we can keep them. Ow. There's a seed of some kind, so I wanna check it out. More seed. Oh well. Ow. Wow. You had some trouble getting Bitwig, the music software, to work. You had to make some small steps in all kinds of directions just to figure out in the end that VPN solved all of your problems. There we go. GG. I'm proud of you. Dragon Claw. We're finding so many TMs. I really don't want this particular run to die. It would suck. Now you have all the bleeps and bloops, and you cannot be stopped. Nice. Win unstoppable. T. Something. There we go. Now, I'm gonna equip this. Relax, bro, this time. We once again do not have a quick seed, so I cannot use it, unfortunately. And you know what? I will attempt this. Let's see how this is gonna go. I don't have very high hopes, but well, we'll see. Items. The nice thing is that Munchlax immediately starts with this move. Miss, that's good. This is less good. Because I lost a turn just now. And I'm paralyzed. Okay, this is a loss now. Fantastic. How great. All the status effects against me. This attack just doesn't kill anybody. Oh, the Reviver Seed worked this time? Why? Huh? So the Reviver Seed works for me, but not for Munchlax? Is that what's going on? Well then I'm gonna try to heal him up. Oh, is the cutter thing already used up? Why did you move towards me? And you're confused. This is just... Oh my god. No, you still have 3. Why did you move towards me? Why did you waste a turn for that? Oh god. Okay, you please die. Deal so much damage. Well, that's it. Yeah. I mean, I have to reset again. Well, it's time to level grind because I have no other solution. This is just ridiculous. I'm gonna store everything. Use TM. Well, the use TM is gonna go away then. Okay. Oh, my other Pokemon are with me at least. Hello, Wisteria. How you doing? Look. Oh! Look, a raid! This is exactly what I meant to say, yes. My goodness! Knapsor! With the dwarf raid! Stomping all the dwarfs down. And here it comes. Oh no. Hello with Yuri and Knapsor and everybody else. Greetings, greetings. How are you all doing? Let me shout at you, you little rascal.
You have no power here.
Nap 0R.
The grave.
Well, well, well. What have you been playing? Dwarf Fortress. I had a guess. Hope everything went well. And of course, a work task pops up right at this second. How fantastic. But I'm gonna wait until I start it. I have reserved it and it's gonna be reserved for 10 minutes. But yeah, I hope that your stream went well. I have been failing. I have been reattempting the story mission over and over again and I just cannot win. So, I'm grinding. I'm just grinding levels right now. And I'm fast forwarding through all of this. So that's why things are a bit hectic here. If you wonder, I play all sorts of retro games on my stream, together with RetroAchievements. So those are some neat ways to replay some of those old games with new challenges. Alright. This stuff here is not really the best for training, to be quite honest. I might better just do normal missions, honestly. And you also get better items that way. Now you got another migrant wave. Now you have a population of 31 dwarves. 31! How can your CPU handle that? 13 of them are grown up. Oh dear. Only 13 of them? Oh boy. Well, have fun with that. It's a huge kindergarten that you have, apparently. Oh yeah, I can use the joy ribbon to get more experience points. Held item that earns the Pokémon experience points when taking damage. So why not do that for grinding? Then we want to make sure that we have something to heal with. Some of this. One reviver seed just to be safe. And also elixir. And some orbs in case we encounter a monster house. That should be plenty. There we go. Before that you had a population of 20, and thanks to that one child actually growing up in the fortress during the stream, you were 50-50 grown-ups and kids. But then the new migrant wave came. Oh dear. The dojo might mainly be an optional challenge thing and maybe not much for XP, either that or mainly for low level months like the ones gotten from X. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. Alright, another good brine cave. Guide seal. Oh no, this is an escort mission. We hate escort missions here. Absolutely disgusting. Yeah. Alright, a tree shroud? Can I not talk? Tree shroud. Don't really have a whole lot of missions in just one particular dungeon. Oh well. Saving. And then I have to go into work mode. So the thing is that I work as a freelancer and I get work tasks at pretty much random times throughout the day, at least with the current projects that I have right now. And that means I need to be available at all times. So the idea is that I'm streaming, and whenever a work task comes in, which normally just takes about 15 minutes, sometimes even less, then I go into work mode where I just show you some kind of videos that I've made in the past for my YouTube channel. So all sorts of tutorials and music videos and other tips and tricks videos of all kinds. And you can watch that while I'm doing work. So I earn money, which, you know, we have to do. It's not really something that I like doing, but can't be helped. And I will be back in a couple of minutes. So I hope you enjoyed this video. Hello, Greenie! Just in time for me to say hello to you and disappear into work mode for a couple of minutes. I don't like earning money. I don't like having to earn money. That's the point. But yeah, we'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Hey there, and welcome to my tutorial about how to draw or paint oak trees. These might be the most standard trees you could think of, but they're not boring at all, quite the contrary. You can do so many different things with them, it's really a lot of fun. I'm mainly focused on the white oak, or Quercus alba in Latin, because there were 600 different oak species and I cannot possibly cover all of them, of course. If you want to paint a different kind of oak tree, you can still apply most of the techniques that I show you in this video, and you just have to figure out the differences. At first we're sketching out the trunk, and it comes in all sorts of shapes. It can be wider or more narrow, a bit warpy or just straight up. And then I'm sketching out the general shape of the tree, which is normally wider than tall. Of course there can be some exceptions, but for the most part this would be the most basic form of an oak tree. Of course it can also be a bit narrower, but it won't get too far away from the 1:1 ratio. However, it can be up to 50% wider than tall. So this kind of looks like a turned around strawberry or peach of some sorts, with the edges being very smooth and round. It doesn't have a pointy top of some sorts. Also, the distance between the ground and the bottom of the foliage is normally very short. You can also bring in some asymmetry as long as it makes sense weight balance wise, and also you can divide the basic shape into several smaller ones, like so. Here's the sketch that I prepared beforehand to have something better looking, and yeah, I kept it very minimalistic. However, it is up to you how many details you put into your sketch. So the sketch will be erased, but the next step will remain. I'm already using some paint that will stay at the end, therefore I'm using this kind of very rough textured brush and only very lightly apply the pressure. And dropping in some random shapes in order to sketch out the leaf clusters. Now what are the leaf clusters? Well, the leaves are not distributed evenly, but are grouped together in these so-called clusters. And so I'm painting these random leaf clusters in all sorts of sizes and shapes. Of course this shape should be still somewhat contained and shouldn't be like all crazy and wrinkly and whatnot and stringy, like this doesn't make sense. You also don't have to follow the guideline perfectly, you can paint outside or leave some gaps in between. It is completely up to you, and bring in some variety into your painting. You can see that I'm already using a very dark color, and so let me talk about that. It is highly recommended that you either start with the darkest or the brightest color at first and work yourself towards the other direction. It also depends on the tool you're using. If you're using watercolors, colored pencils or pastel chalks, then normally the darkest colors are more dominant, and therefore it is better if you start with the brightest ones. But if you're using, for example, oil paints, you can do it the other way around, with the brighter color sticking to the darker one. And of course, if you're using digital media, then it is completely up to you. I personally like to start with the darkest color, because this way it is easier for me to get the shapes and the overall brightness right. And so let me show you what I already have prepared. There we go, it looks much better than what I was doing. And in general, this is how the tutorial will go. I will show you in between the steps what you need to do and all the techniques, and then when I'm done explaining, I show you the actual finished step. Not only is it more time efficient, but it also makes it easier for me to show you something that actually looks good. Also, let me say that I'm painting these leaves on one singular layer. I'm giving myself this limitation in order to get closer to traditional methods. This way I'm making sure that not only those that are using digital media can benefit from my videos, but everybody. In this next step we want to put down some actual color. I have a brush here that is very rough, like dropping a bunch of little dots in that should imitate the leaves. And for the foliage of oak trees, the leaves are not really orientated in any sort of special way. They're not like pointing up or just hanging down like so, but it's more random, and therefore we will just do some circular movements or just simply tap in here in order to get the right texture. But before we start to paint, we want to think about where the light comes from. In our case, it will be coming from the top left and slightly from the front. Therefore, the bottom right and the back part of the tree will be the darkest. So we want to basically focus for the most part on these parts. Just drop in a bunch of dark color. The darkest spots should be quite dense, but as we get closer and closer to the brighter areas, we just decrease the density to the point where we just straight up leave out the brightest clusters over here on this edge. So we fill out these leaf cluster shapes that we've sketched out before, and you can see we have some gaps in between those shapes. We want to fill out these gaps in between here too, but not completely, just partially. We want to keep the shape of these leaf clusters at least somewhat. Also, there can be holes here and there in the foliage because, again, the tree is not a perfect solid shape, but there are some spots here and there where you can actually look through.
One thing you also want to do at this stage is to plan out where you want to leave some holes in the front layer of the leaves.
What do I mean with that? Well, you can imagine that the leaves are separated into two layers. The back part, that is the furthest away from the viewer, and the front part, which is, well, closer. In our case, our front layer will be brighter than the back part. Therefore, if we plan out some holes in the front layer, we will straight up see the dark leaves in the background. So let's say we take this general area around here, and we want to make sure that there is enough dark paint and enough dense paint around here, because we will barely or not at all go back around this area to put down more color in the later stages, because we want to avoid painting the brighter color into this area. And so we have plenty of dark color put down at the bottom right, and also the areas leave some holes in the front layer. Now it is time to pick out the next color in our palette, and let me talk about it in general. So we started with a very dark blue-green, and as we go to the left here, you can see that the hue shifts more to a yellow. Of course, you can just go ahead and only use green, a dark green to the bright green, but if you add more like a blue in the darker areas and a yellow to the bright ones, you bring in more color variation. These colors have some moods about them. The blue is more cooler, as are the shadows, and the yellow is warmer, and by using it, it makes the tree look like it's standing outside in the bright sunlight. So I highly recommend that you're using these colors. And what we do now is we fill out the rest of these leaf cluster shapes, and also put down some extra paint here in the darker areas and define where the light hits these clusters and where are the shadows going to end up. So this is basically what you want to do. You just fill out these upper left parts of the leaf clusters with the brighter color and leave out the bottom right for the shades. But of course you don't exactly perfectly follow it. You can just go ahead and drop in some extra little details into the darkest areas, and you don't have to exactly follow the leaf cluster shapes that we sketched out before. Just drop in here and there some little extra details. It is completely up to you, and in the end it will look something like this. Around here the density is not very high yet, but this will be changed by adding the brighter colors. And you can see that I left this spot here very dark. I barely put in the brighter color. And we pick the next brightest color, and as we get brighter and brighter, especially in the center part and here the bottom part, we just want to very lightly tap into the tree. Not only gives it a better leaf texture, but we don't want to put down too much paint, like too strong, otherwise it would look out of place. And we just straight up ignore this area here. And what you can do, which I already partially did over here, is to add little extra details to the border. Some little floating leaves that are not necessarily connected to anything. You really don't have to be a perfectionist about it. Just drop in some random floating leaves here and there, and it brings more variety and more shape to your overall tree. You basically can do that in the center part here too, like as I described before, just add in some random spots where there are some brighter areas, and it makes it much more interesting looking. And so you can see it is getting brighter and brighter, especially here.
Alright, I'm back, you rascals. So, first of all, thank you for the follow earlier. Follows are anonymous, so you can just follow and chill without having without having to reveal yourself. But also, I need to fix the follower alert. The text was really weird, so I'm gonna make a note of that. I don't know what Mix It Up Bot is doing, but I will. And hello Maury, greetings. Amazing vibes here, oh thank you. It means a lot. I mean that, as Wisteria has said, that earlier was just some pre-recorded stuff. But at least I I'm happy that you enjoyed it. This, however, is not pre-recorded. And Vinsanti, I am not that powerful, unfortunately. Mysteria, what would be so bad about the entire world being transformed into minks? I mean minks as in like the actual animal, not into me. That I would not be very much into. No, no thanks.
Stinky Santi.
Alright. Oops. I still have the controller set up for work mode. The thing is also, I have my controller set up so that I can use it for my work to do it one-handed. That helps me give my right hand a rest, and I can do work with only my left hand. The kind of the work projects that I'm getting right now on a regular basis can be done basically one-handedly. They are not that complicated. They're just very tedious. So yeah. And that also enables me to just stand up and walk around while doing work. Move around while I just have the controller in my hand. Which I just did, so I'm not just sitting around all the freaking time. So, do I have to do anything over here? Well, I want to do this first of all, and then we're gonna go. The next stop will be at Tree Shroud Forest, I would say, or maybe Crystal Cave. Let's go Crystal Cave. Oh yeah, much earlier I wanted to say, Wisteria, you got a Pokemon, you got a seal, and I called it Wiselia. Are you proud of my naming creativity? Yes? No? Very creative indeed. The entire world, not all humans, so just imagine the damage to the ecosystem when there's not longer natural water, rivers and soil, but all mink fur. Oh dear. Well, yeah, the ecosystem would absolutely collapse, but, well, it's happening one way or another, ain't that the truth? Enough about that though. Alright. And now we're just gonna grind some missions and XP. So, 6 and 7. And I hope that I will find at least one quick seed that would be very useful. Because that enables me to buff myself up completely at the beginning of the boss fight that I need to do. Also, if you wonder how I'm using my controller to do work, I just remap the buttons so that I can control my mouse with the left control stick, and I've remapped some other buttons to do mouse clicks and scrolling and all sorts of stuff that I specifically need to do for the work tasks. So I can highly recommend it. I personally use, what was it called? Joy2Key. A good piece of software for that purpose. I also tried, well, Joy2Key is not free, I do have to say, but it doesn't cost that much. I tried out some free software for that purpose. However, it did not quite work that well with the mouse mapping. Either it just did not work at all, or the mouse movements were too restricted to just 8 directions. You know, it's not just one entire circle, but it's just you move up, and then you move diagonally up, and then you move to the right. You know. It just doesn't feel fluid, it doesn't feel right. It makes it a bit difficult to control the mouse. But Joy to Key works really, really well. Yeah, I want to pay attention to the experience that I'm getting. Oh, this was a mission actually. So what did it say? Oh, of course, for this particular fight I didn't get any experience points. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, it's if I take damage, now I remember. Not if I deal damage. Silly me. Okay. And then this one. Okay, so what is it now? I took 14 damage and I gained 5 experience points. So is it basically around 1/3 of the damage that I'm getting will be converted into experience points? Well, overall, I guess that's not that much. Well, there isn't really anything particularly that much better to wear, so I guess it's fine. Oh, that was the mission thing. Yes, we leave right now. Do. Blind, aerial ace, and an orange gummy. We got a lot of stuff for this just now. Violent seed, that's okay. It's even better in fast forward. Alright. More missions. He's gonna tell me that I need to go to the examination mission thingy, but I'm not gonna do this right now. Alright, what do we have here? Ryalu tail. I want this. Alright, the rest is not very useful. Okay. What do we have? Tree Shroud Forest. Crystal Cave we just did. Wait, let me just see. Just a deliver thing. And here is nothing interesting. Okay. We have 2 more slots. Let's get this and this too, I suppose. Oh, this is an escort mission. Nope. Where are you? Over here. Delete. Okay, and the next one will be Tree Shroud Forest again, because we have 3 missions. Alright. Deliver a sleep seed. Okay, so we gotta make sure that I have one of those. Eepy sleepy seed. Do. Oh yeah, the sleep seed. Yeah. And let's see what is available over here. No quick seed, unfortunately. Any good TMs? Avalanche. Well, it's an ice move, so it doesn't really help me that much. I'm still curious what it can do. Fight stems. Okay, this is not what I expected. Gonna check out the beach, because it's sad that sometimes there will be items. Oh, there is something actually. What is in here? A job letter for the amp planes. No. That's lame. Okay, and off we go. And at what floors? 12, 14 and 18. We need to go deep. Kitty! Gatos! Do 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 do. Do do. Do do do. Do do do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. We have a cherub. Sure. And you're gonna get sent back. By the way, you can reserve Pokemon for yourself. There's a redeem for it. And if you redeem it, you will be put on a list. And the next Pokemon that wants to join my team will be named after the next person in the list. So for example, we have currently Wisteria with us. Earlier we also had a Vinsanti, a Sandshrew Vinsanti. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Jesus fucking Christ. And there seems to be more work again. Today, there's quite a lot. I mean, it's good for me because I can earn a lot of money that way. But that also means a lot of interruptions for you guys, so I'm sorry about that. I'm gonna keep on going a little bit more. Currently, so the way how this works is I can reserve a work task for myself for a couple of minutes before starting it. And so this is what I just did. So I can do it later and earn the money. Don't have to do this immediately. Alright, Viselia is going on her own adventure. And it's not looking too great. Viselia still did it, however. Very good job. Getting hungry already. And of course, the stairs are in the very last room that you look at. you check the retro achievements, you might want to be thinking of a team to do the Marowak dungeon, because there is one to basically fully complete it without leaving the area with a level 35 cap. Oh, okay. That's good to know. I'm already well above that level. But I can always later use other Pokemon. Later we'll be able to assemble teams completely freely. So I don't have to always use my 2 main Pokemon. Yeah, when the time comes, I will just, you know, I just accept all the Pokemon that I'm finding, and when the time comes, I will just check, okay, what kind of Pokemon do I have that are below that level cap? And try it with those, I suppose. Or I will go around and look for more Pokemon if needed. And also, it's not clear, I'm not quite sure if I will do all achievements for this game, because it's a lot. It's a lot of grinding. And having to get all Pokemon is quite tedious. So, this might be one of those games that I will just finish, but not complete. And Poisson Raisin. Hello, hello. How are you doing? You can take a lot of damage, but it was not enough. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Freaking paralyzing everybody. Ouch. Oh, and you're gone. Well, that's good, because I wasn't able to move, so... Good job. You could have actually killed me. Do, 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 do. Destination floor. I can feel my destiny. Oh, toxic. Ugh. It's not the destiny that I enjoy. Ooh, I earn experience points whenever the poison ticks. So that's nice, at least. And also seems like the experience that I'm getting is capped. Like it's preset to always 5 experience points for any amount of damage. So, yeah, the item is really not that great. And man, I need to get rid of this. Goodbye. you is good. It's only minus 15 Celsius, so you went out for a big doggo walk. Hell yeah. Big woofle. Having all the fancies. Here you are, finally. And goodbye. No, yes. And the time is running out, so I need to go do the work task now. I will be back in about 15 minutes. In the meantime, enjoy. Whatever video is gonna show up next, what will it be? Let's see.
Hey there, and welcome to my tutorial about how to draw or paint birch trees. Very beautiful trees that are especially famous for the white bark. In particular, I'm going to focus on one specific birch tree, which is the silver birch or European white birch. And in Latin it is called Betula pendula. And I just really love how it sounds, like Betula pendula. Anyways, let's start with the drawing. At first we're going to draw a very quick and simple sketch just to define the general shape. Starting with the trunk, which is normally a bit thinner and goes up straight like so. We don't have to draw too many details, however you can decide to add more if you like to. And then we drop in some random shapes. Here we can also make it kind of melty looking to indicate the hanging twigs and leaves. The size varies a lot and they can hang over each other. They can be smaller ones. Normally the width is shorter than the height, and the distance between the ground and the bottom of the foliage can be a bit shorter, but it can also be quite tall. There is a lot of variation even for just this one specific birch tree. It also depends on its surroundings, if there are a lot of other trees close by or it just stands alone. And here is a sketch that I prepared beforehand just to make sure that I have something better looking. What I'm going to do next is already put down some paint. The sketching is for the most part over, and this paint won't be erased. Therefore, I'm already using one that has a lot of texture to it. I apply only very little pressure and make it very jittery looking, and also let it kind of have these melting down, these drooping down shapes. In particular, what we're sketching out are the leaf clusters. Now, what is that? The leaves are not distributed evenly, but they are grouped together, carried by the individual branches, and therefore we have these so-called clusters that I'm going to kind of sketch in here. The size of these clusters can vary a lot, and they can be small and very large ones. And also the shape should be at least somewhat contained. With that I mean it doesn't like go all the way super crazy and stringy or something like that. We leave some space in between those clusters, which can also vary a lot. And the sketch that we drew beforehand is just more of a guideline, but we can easily draw outside of it or leave some gaps in between. You're probably noticing that I'm using a very dark and greenish color. In general, it is highly recommended that you either start with the darkest or the brightest color. It might also depend on the tool that you are using. As for watercolors, colored pencils, or pastel chalks, the darker colors are normally more dominant. Whereas for oil paints, for example, it is possible to start with the darker color and then make the brighter color stick to it. And of course, if you're using digital media, then it is completely up to you. I personally like to start with the darkest color because it is easier for me to get the shapes right and also the overall brightness. However, if you want or have to use the brightest color, then this tutorial can still be useful for you. Well, at least I hope so. You just have to revert some orders, and it's not too complicated, so I know you can do it. And so let me switch to the version that I have already prepared, and it looks much nicer. In general, for this tutorial I have the steps already prepared beforehand, and in between these I'm showing to you how it is done and explain everything to you. Also, I'm limiting myself to only one layer for the leaves in order to imitate the feel of traditional methods. This way I can make sure that my techniques are not only useful for those that are using digital media, but for everybody. And now when we look at the sketch here, you can see I left here and there some bigger gaps, brought in some variation, a lot of small but also big shapes, so there's a lot going on here. Next up, we want to drop in a lot of color. But at first we have to know where the light comes from. In our case, we want to have it from the upper left and slightly from the front. Therefore, the bottom right and the back part will be the darkest. And the tool that I'm using now kind of imitates very well the leaf shapes. It has a lot of dots that I can paint in. And the movement that we want to use for the most part is like these slight strokes. You can make the brush even finer and have these individual, almost like strands of leaves. However, we want to have some variation as for the direction. You can also bring in some curves, and we don't only want to use that. You can also make here and there some circular moves or some tapping in order to bring in more texture and variation to your painting. And so I'm just filling out these shapes. Also additionally, this brush is very light and is able to mix colors that is already existing on the layer. Therefore, I'm getting even closer to the feel of traditional media. And yeah, I'm just filling these shapes out, and in general we want to still leave out the brightest areas. If we get closer to them, then the density of this darker color will get lower and lower until we just straight up skip the ones that are on the very left and upper side. When you paint, make sure that your strokes aren't getting too long, because we don't want to paint a willow tree after all. It is just a birch tree, and don't forget to bring in some variation here and there. That space in between those leaf clusters that we sketched out, like here, will also be filled in, partially or completely. It is up to you. The tree is not one solid shape, but has some irregularities and also some holes where you can look through. But still make sure that you have some leaf cluster shapes be visible. And the amount of how much the leaves are hanging down, or just are more of like randomly orientated, is also for the most part up to you. I personally like it a lot when they're hanging down like that. It makes it kind of more romantic looking in a way, if you could say that. But this is just personal preference, of course. Now what we also want to do is we want to plan in some holes for the front layer of the leaves. Now what do I mean with that? Well, you can imagine that the leaves are structured basically into two layers, the back part and the front part, so the leaves that are further away and closer to the viewer. The front part will be brighter than the back part especially will be quite dark. And therefore, if we have some holes in the front layer, there will be basically only dark color in that general area. This means there will be no additional paint or barely any paint in the later stages. And we have to make sure that we get enough paint already in these areas. For example, here, I want to maybe decide that here and maybe a little bit over here, there will be some holes in the front layer. We will see the back part of the tree. And so I want to get the density already right. And so at the end, it will look something like this. The foliage of a birch tree is normally not that dense, and therefore you can leave some more gaps and don't have to go that crazy with the density of your paint. Now we want to pick out the next color. And actually let me talk about the palette for a bit. If we take a closer look, you can see I have a dark green, which moves more and more to a brighter yellowish green. This color variety in your painting makes it more interesting and also can define the mood of your painting. With some yellow for the brighter areas, we can make the tree much more warmer looking, like it's standing outside in the warm sun rays. But of course, what colors and how many different colors you're using is completely up to you. And what we want to do here is just basically fill out most of the rest that we left out, and also define where the light hits these clusters, so more on the upper left. But don't just exactly follow it, because these leaf clusters aren't like perfect shapes. There are a lot of irregularities in them, and so we drop in here and there some random spots that are also brighter. And this is how my prepared version looks like. And you can see at the border here it's still kind of looking scarce, but this will change later on. So let's go ahead and use the next color and drop in more areas. And you can just go ahead and don't follow exactly the shapes that you've defined beforehand, but you'll also just straight up paint into the white or the background. It is completely up to you. And also, as you get closer and closer to the brighter areas, if you're painting more in the center, you want to have more and more finer details. You just lightly paint into it and don't just like straight up make some blotches, otherwise it would look kind of out of place. And especially for the brighter colors, we more and more want to avoid the holes that we have defined beforehand. And there we go, you can see I left out this area and a little bit over here too, and added more density up here at the top. In general, the top and the core of the tree will be the most dense areas, and while here on the side there are more gaps and less dense color. And so here we have the brightest color now, and I'm making very fine details. And another thing you can do, which also goes for the previous steps, is you can add here and there some extra little details, some floating little leaves. And it doesn't matter too much, you can make them completely disconnected, as long as they're not flying all the way in space. And just, that doesn't make any sense, of course. But you can go crazy a little bit, and it does also apply for like in between these areas. You can just like, oh, here's a little bit of extra, and here, and just make it more random, add more little details, and this brings more variety and more interesting looks to your tree. In general, we want to have a lot of this bright color up here and paint very lightly here at the center. And down here, we're just basically leaving out the brightest color altogether. Also go ahead and just make some little taps here at the border. Just some very light taps, which then indicate some extra leaves that are just hanging around. And so in the end, it can look something like this. Well, another thing, which is not necessary, but I personally like to do a lot, is I have this brush here, which drops in a lot of little leaf shapes that are quite solid. I'm using the brightest color and just basically limit myself to the brightest area that we already have painted. And this doesn't stick out too much, but just rather adds in some little sparkles in a way. Some little details to the brightest area. You can also pick out the second brightest color and go one step closer to the darker areas. And this way can make it more magical and sparkly looking, which I personally like a lot. You can also go ahead and drop in some of these leaves here at the border, just make them float around. And this is the final version of the foliage. Meow. Meow meow meow. Hoko wanted some attention. Oh well. So next up we want to finally paint in the wood part of the tree, the trunk and the branches and everything. For that we're going to use a medium dark gray and just use a very solid brush. And go ahead and brush in right here, put a lot of color down and make it very dense and solid. And as we get close to the leaves, we want to have this brush here again and just very lightly make some slight strokes right into the leaves, very lightly, and let the trunk fade out. You can partially paint over some little details if they're just completely in the way, but for the most part we want to retain the shape of the leaves and these clusters. And then it just grows up in here, can have some slight curvature, but normally it doesn't warp too much. And this trunk here will be designated as our main base of operation, as you could say. And so we have bigger branches growing out of it and carry all of these leaf clusters. And what we want to do is we want to decide already which group of leaf clusters is carried by which branch. So for example, here at first I'm gonna drop in the trunk again and then have a branch that curves towards this group here. There will be some smaller branches growing out of it and also some very fine ones here at the border, but only a few. We don't want to overdo it because they are going to be hidden underneath the leaves for the most part anyways. And this is generally how you do it. You decide over which parts you're going to paint over and which parts are going to remain, and then just make these fade outs. I'm not going to do this right now, but we have a prepared version that we can take a look at. It is kind of nice to have these holes in the front layer of the leaves, because then you can very clearly see the branches and the trunk. As for the shape of the branches, they're not getting too warpy, but still bring in some curvature, and also make them always progressively thinner and thinner. This means you don't just go ahead and have a small branch, like a small twig, growing out of the trunk of the big trunk. This wouldn't make any sense for this kind of tree. And as for the number of branches, now this is a very reduced version, and in reality there are hundreds and hundreds of branches. When you draw or paint all of these little details, not only is this very time consuming, but you overload your painting very quickly by doing that. It takes a lot of effort in order to make it somewhat look good, and it only makes sense for something like ultra-realism style. However, here I'm just doing something like semi-realism, and you could reduce it even more to like some sort of comic style. Therefore my advice is just make sure that everything is held together. When you get to a number of branches where you think yeah, for the most part, it looks alright. There are not too many leaves and leaf clusters floating around. Then that's about the time where you simply stop. Of course, there can be here and there some little details that are not connected by branches, but it doesn't matter too much. It really is totally fine. There are some other options too, as for when to add the wood part of the tree. You could even start with that and then add the leaves. Or you can paint at first the back part of the leaves, then the wood part, and then the front layer of the leaves. First of all, if you're using traditional media, some of these options might be impossible even, or just very difficult. And all of these have their pros and cons. Here in this case, for example, I was able to paint the leaves and these clusters very freely however I wanted, but then had to adjust the branches to them. I had to connect everything and I wasn't able to just go crazy with those. However, if you start with the branches, then you can do whatever you want at that stage, and then have to adjust the leaves to them. So it just simply comes down to personal preference. So next up we want to add more values to the trunk and the branches. So I'm using here this light gray. Also make sure that you leave those areas that right underneath the leaves very dark still, because they are in shadows. And here at the center there would be probably less brightness going on. And now you can decide which branches are growing to the front or to the back. And there are some methods to it. For example, here we have some lighter spots on top and the bottom of this branch here. If you want to decide that this branch here grows to the back, what you do is to just paint this light arrow as if this branch doesn't even exist. So you cut it off from the trunk in some kind of way. And you can then paint some its own little details, of course. Or if you want to have it grow to the front, then you kind of let the...
And then back. Alright. Back to this. Yeah, there's also something that I wanted to mention. I made a specific command in case people don't know what the hell I'm doing during these work pauses, those work scenes. So just exclamation mark work, and there is the explanation. And yeah. What do you need to do? Yeah. I already have finished this mission, I think. Yes, and just need to move on. Great. Oops. One of the best Zelda tracks. Oh, because I want that chest. Oh, Wespy Queen. Ooh. Yes, I will. Nope. I'm gonna send Wisilia back. We already had her for a while. I'm gonna check out what Wespy Queen can do. Fury Swipe, so slash, captivate. What is this? Reduce target special attack by 2 levels. And in front. And only the opposite gender, this gets switched off. And restores the user's HP. Well, that sounds good. Let's hope that Wespy Queen is not just gonna spam this heal whenever she can, but only when she's actually damaged. Right. Level. Need to drink. Ouch. Okay. Thank you for wasting a reviver seed of mine. New move, double team. Okay. We're gonna turn this off, however. Where is it? There we go. Where are those stairs? My goodness. There they are, finally. There we go. Hunger seed, wow, great. Thank you for that. Tummy charm. Is this for... Wait. Munchlax, yes, okay, good. Attack and special attack. Come on. Another quicksand cave mission. Lots of brine cave stuff. Oh, this is an escort mission. Ugh. Let's get rid of it again. Hello, Magna. Hello, hello. Where am I? We already finished the main story, at least I think so. And now we are at a mission where we need to graduate. And there is some kind of graduation exam, which is a super hard boss fight, where I cannot bring any additional Pokemon with me. And some other restrictions, and yeah. I'm having some problems with it, and therefore I am grinding right now. Unfortunately, this is what I have to do. Okay, so I have 2 for the cave. Brine cave. We're basically just fast forwarding through all of this. Graduation exam where the rest of the guild beats you up. Yep. It's just so much to keep track of, and I don't have a good room-wide attack for either of those 2 characters, nor do I have a TM that could teach them something like that. So, yeah. Okay, next is Quicksand Cave. Just gonna check once again if there is no weird restriction or if I accidentally took a quest that I don't want. Okay. Charmander and Railu. Don't have anything either, but eventually learned White Slash, which hits 3 enemies. Yes, but White Slash is also very weak, isn't it? I have, for example, this here, Vacuum Cut, which is a room-wide attack, but it is enormously weak. It only deals like 17 damage or so to every enemy in the room. So I cannot kill anything with it. And I read about White Slash, and White Slash, just like that Vacuum Cut move, is... First of all, those are moves that are exclusive to Mystery Dungeon, it would seem. But also, yeah, they are just not powerful. They're only useful very early in the game. Gummy, gummy, gummy. White Slash being decent damage, but then again it's been like a decade. Yeah, listen. I mean, doing this stuff with the missions is also still progress. I'm ranking up and everything, so it's useful. Lots of boxes. It was the kind that pumped all of the gummies and stat boots into the hero to the point where they had max stats eventually. 255 per stat, oh wow. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm very far away from that point, as you can see. I have more gummies, but I don't know if I will keep using Railu slash whatever the evolution is called, and I cannot remember it right now for whatever reason. So yeah. Because it's like all the moves are just close range stuff. It was not a good decision, honestly, to choose a fighting type starter. It really wasn't, even though I like Railu. But well, what am I doing right now? Yeah, let's deliver. Oops. The stuff back to the storage. Wait, the Tommy Charmer I want. There we go. I also want those charms right now. trying to get all of them that I can find and create. And help me a little bit, hopefully. Lucario, yes. Thank you for reminding me. For some reason I keep on forgetting that name. Okay. Seven, 8, and 9. Good. Level up. Good. Get it. Oh no! Alright. Good night, everyone. In that case, hello. How you doing? How is it going? Hope you're doing well. It's a lot of very little damage. Oh. Timmy with the first place. 4 hours and 20 minutes in. Good job. You're the fastest. There we go. Second place to Natcase. Very good, very good. And who is gonna get third place? Is somebody gonna claim it now? I think Absol died. Oh well. I think there's still more. Scorpy. Okay, I didn't miss one. Good. No sound on those alerts? What is going on? Why is there no sound? Mix It Up is acting really weird lately. I have no idea what is going on. Well, thank you for telling me that. I really appreciate it. I will see after the stream what I can do about it. Trying to think why that would even be the case. Those two work in different ways with their sounds, I do have to say. In one case it's just a normal sound that's being played on my PC. In the other case it's an overlay that is sent to OBS and then OBS plays it. And there seems to be some kind of problem with the overlay thingy. There are also glitches with some text for some reason, with some alerts, and I don't know. We received an egg. Okay. Munched rule. Oh, how delightful. Okay. This is for special attack. Well, fine. We're gonna get it anyways. Now let's see. Nope. We have Crystal Case and Crystal Crossing and Brine Cave. We can take both of these. There's nothing interesting here. Okay. Oops. Do I have boxes? Yes. Roast, okay. Let's see. Nope. Next is Crystal Crossing. Once again. What? I thought that I don't have any escort missions. Okay, let's send this one back, I suppose. Ah, damn it. Well, at least it's a golem. Maybe it's a strong one. $10, $12. And Taurus is just somewhere. I think we will get notified if we are on the correct floor. Oh boy, all of this rock polish is just really annoying. Nobody's gonna run out of PP. And yes, I said PP. course you do a ranged move. You've been super happy to do plenty of crafts now that you had minus 35. I'm happy about that too. Was glad to see you being creative. And verbatim. No, I don't give a verbatim. Thinking about doing some Pokemon themed canvas work after this one. Oh, Pokemon themed. Nice. Got already some kind of idea? What Pokemon, what kind of setting? You have a plan. Though you're not sure if you like it or not? Do you want to share what kind of plan you have? Oh, and Monster House time again. How about we make everybody afraid? I'm back on, but we already have one, so I say no. Just posted it. Alright. Let's see. Let's take a look-see. Also, by the way, you can join the Discord. Take a look at what Poison is doing over there and many other people. Pitchy. Oh, that's cute. With this sort of autumny looking background. Fits quite well. Immersion of this iconic Finnish painting. Oh, look at this fierce battle. staring into each other's soul. And I just commented on the picture and now realized that, hey, nobody can see it. Oops. This is also something probably that I should set up a Discord source. I don't know. But that one would have to be with a shortcut. Discord source with shortcut. Alright. On my to-do list. You've been very interested in needle points now. Ooh. Very versatile. I can imagine. So the next thing is also gonna be needle point work of some sorts. Quite similar to cross-stitch in technique, but they're larger in size and made with wool thread. Ooh, I see, I see. Sounds quite neat. And because of the size difference, would you say it's easier to handle? It's not like so much super tiny detail stuff. Also, where am I right now? 10. Oh, golem, please. Oh, everybody's losing their items. Have to tediously equip it again. Is it a legendary golden chamber? Yes, finally. It's finally the golden chamber. Yes, yay. What does that mean now? There's something in the middle that I can only reach if I can go over water, which I don't think I can right now. I don't have anything for that purpose. Well, great. There's probably some super awesome treasure right there in the middle. Those two thingies. I cannot reach it. Stupid water. Well, what do we do now? What is even? Explore with Golem. We are at the 10th floor. So does that mean I needed to have some kind of way to get over to the middle in order to complete the quest? Which makes this even more complicated of a mission? What's going on with this? Check this. Can I not look at the details of the missions? Nope. I mean, it's marked as completed. There's a check mark. So I guess it's fine. Let's move on, I suppose. Golem seems to be happy. Okay. There we go. No. Yes. Proceed. And we were really happy how the Terra Magitech armor turned out when fully suited. Yeah, it looks awesome. Absolutely awesome. The Final Fantasy VI art you made was already made from a pixel plan into a soon version. The size is about the same and it really depends on the project. Okay. Technically you make only half stitches, whereas cross stitch is 2 cross stitches. So it's slightly less work, but it's offset by the fact that the scale is massive. Alright. The Final Fantasy VI canvas is 70 centimeters in width. Wow. That's quite a lot. For cross stitch. Soon you're gonna start your next mega project. Oh boy. This canvas is roughly 4 stitches per centimeter. Okay. There's the last mission. Already have one. And we're starving. Oh no. It also does not really matter because we're almost there. And where the hell is it? Taurus. Where the hell is it? I'm fine. I'm gonna eat an apple. For the 5, you think it's an English canvas, so the original scale is standardized for imperial units like X stitches per inch. You made your own one because you saw some cool designs like 5 years ago and were like, they cost 1,000 euros. I can DIY it. Yes. Oh boy. 1,000, yeah. I mean, it's a lot of work. Ah, there it is. So it's appropriate, but yeah, not everybody can afford that. Leave the dungeon. Yes. You're done. Well, I'm glad that the escort mission went okay. But now thinking about it, you can't even break down how much work you've put in all design plus sewing plus etc. It must have been a lot. You're probably also in the 4-digit area. Another Munchdrool. And another Rylo tail. Cool. Stuff that I already have. Nothing over here, Alright. What about this one? We just did Crystal Crossing, so... There's a Tree Shroud Forest one, but... we don't really have many good... Well, this is another... actual escort mission. Explore with Taurus. Sealed chamber. Ugh. Nah. Okay, I mean, we're not that far away from the next rank. We can go to the Brine Cave and do those 2 missions. You meet plants true to scale and adjust the colors to the thread color palette. And often there are slight discrepancies in terms of size, so a lot is just needing to wing it. I can imagine. No, there's something actually that I would like to search. Pokémon Mystery Dungeon. Explorers. Room wide moves. This is not really useful. By range, okay. There we go. Go in front. Okay, cut corners. Straight line. Foes within 1 tile range, that also would be probably good. What do we have here? Overheat, Blast Burn, Thunderbolt. I do have a Thunderbolt TM. Nightshade, no. Cut. Interesting. Cut, huh? Foes within 1 tile range. All of them around you. So cut would be actually pretty good to teach to Munchlax if I only had a way to teach him cut. Let me just check the shops real quick. Nothing particularly interesting. Then there's also Sleep Powder, Stun Spore. It would also be useful in this particular situation when we're surrounded by enemies. Lava Plume, Dark Pulse. These are all moves that I don't have access to. And none of them are fighting type. Straight line. How about foes 2 tiles ahead? Is there some kind of fighting move? Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch is a dark type, of course. Bullet Punch. Steel. Well, Lucario. Lucario is also Steel type. But probably there's not a TM for this. Extreme Speed. That was a normal type, okay. Well, Munchlax is probably not gonna learn this. That's just not... Mach Punch, what is this? This is fighting, okay. That would be neat to have. Probably... Not a TM. Okay. So not available. Vacuum Wave. Fighting type special. We see a Railu here. Okay. It's the question, when do we get that move? Vacuum Wave. At least according to the normal move sets here, which does not really necessarily reflect what they learn in the in the Mystery Dungeon games. Vacuum Wave. It's also a TM. Oh yeah, no, wait, I already have it, or at least I could have it. Where can I relearn moves? Electivire and Treasure Town, and it's free. Didn't I try that earlier and it just didn't have anything? It only shows me linking. Remember, oh, there it is. Why? Okay. So what do we have here? No, I don't have vacuum wave. For whatever reason. Yeah. An egg move or TM move? Well, TM is yes. We know that it's for a TM. But egg move? It said, at least it says here for the normal sets, that it's learned at level 24. But who knows about Mystery Dungeon, and it's not listed here, and so confusing. Well, fact is that I don't have it. Let me really quick check out what kind of moves I have again. No, don't store. Okay. What is Torment? First of all, nobody can learn it, so there's that. Ah, okay. I don't care about that. Just one target. Enemy in front. Counter might be worth depending on how long it lasts. Well, I'm gonna check it out real quick. Restoration. Inflicts damage on the target. It inflicts greater damage if the user's IQ is low. Well, great. Been pumping a lot of IQ into my Pokemon, so yeah. Well then. Counter status. Counters physical attacks, inflicting the same damage back on its attackers, but if the Pokemon faints from the damage, it can retaliate. Status lasts a certain number of turns. Okay, it actually lasts... You have a very good point, Wisteria. This could be potentially useful. Physical attack moves. The thing is, however, most of the Pokemon don't really deal that much damage. And I one-hit kill them with my attacks, at least most of them. I'm not super sure about this. Maybe I could replace it with Sword Dance. I buff myself up with the Violent Seed anyway, so I don't need Sword Dance. It's just... I need a Quick Seed. This is something that is important. I need to be able to buff myself up with the Violent Seed and then also with the counter. Like, getting the Violent Seed buff is the first priority. And then once they're close, I need to hit them immediately to kill as many as possible as quickly as possible so that there's less DPS going on against me. And so if they're close, and I'm also using a counter, then, you know, I'm delaying the kills, which means there is more DPS overall against me. Link Sword Dance with another move to buff up and do damage, or buff up and protect. Well, again, I do the Violent Seed, which maximizes my attack power and special attack power. So it's even stronger than Sword Dance. And so I don't need to use Sword Dance. I could link, for example, Sword Dance with counter to double buff myself. I suppose. Maybe. And maybe that Sword Dance would be already enough to enable me to one-hit kill everybody. We also leveled up a little bit. So there's that too. Gives me a bit extra attack power. Yeah. And I can relearn every move whenever I want. So if I get rid of a move for this purpose, it doesn't matter. I can just go back and learn it again. Just to be real sure, does relearning also apply to TM moves that I learned? I don't remember if I ever learned something with a TM and then unlearned it. Sword Dance with an attack move and make sure Sword Dance activates first. Buff up and insta-kill on the same turn instead of wasting a turn having to buff up. But yeah, that's also a point. I just have counter by itself and then link Sword Dance with another attack of mine. Okay. So Focus Punch is a move that I learned via ATM. I'm just gonna overwrite it now. I need Drain Punch. I need to heal myself during the fight. This is essential. And Force Palm is a good one turn attack. Focus Punch is not useful because it requires 2 turns. So I guess we'll see. if I can technically relearn it again. I have another Focus Punch TM, just in case. Okay, yeah, it's not here anymore. This only applies to the moves that are learned naturally, not moves that have been learned via TMs. Well, now we know. That's fine though. Yeah, and then also I need to sort them in a certain way, don't I? So how do I do this again? Oops. I can switch the screens and I didn't know that I can do that. How do I change the order of my moves? Okay, I can do this from here. So, combine it with this link. Let's do this then. Okay. And then let me see. I wanted to check foes in the room. What else is there? Because I'm curious. Roar of Time is the move from Dialga. Vacuum Cut is that one, yeah. Yeah, obviously there is none that is fighting type or steel type, normal type or anything like that. It's of dragon and fire type and whatnot. Allies in room. Agility is also really good, I've learned. Enchant, Tailwind. There's Earthquake and Magnitude, which are dangerous. All Pokemon in room. Photon Floor. All enemies on the floor. Perish Song. Huh? Doesn't Perish Song mean that they faint after a certain amount of turns? Perish Song targets all enemies on the floor, inflicting Perish Song status, causing them to fade in 3 turns later unless the status is cured. This move is affected by muscled status condition. Being a sound-based move, it is blocked by soundproof. Okay. So you can use that. Yeah, you have it on the floor. I mean, it affects all foes, all enemies. No, so not even you, any other Pokemon in your team. You use it, and after 3 turns, everyone dies. What the fuck? That is ridiculous? Who can learn this? Seal apparently can learn this. Ghastly, Cubone. By breeding. Okay. By leveling up. There are quite a few. Including Celebi, for example. Huh. Very interesting. Since if one move runs out of PP, it delinks the moves. Oh yeah, that's right. It's that nonsense. Still very much don't like that fact that they designed it that way. In DX they didn't do it like that, as far as I remember. So, anyways. Perish Song. Fucking Jesus. Overpowered as hell. I want it. Well, it doesn't help me right now because I have to use Railu and Munchlax, but I can have one Pokemon with that move in my team and just eliminate everything right the moment I enter a new room. Not room, floor even. No idea how much PP it has, maybe just 5 or something. PP 5, yeah. Still. Then Pokemon on the floor. All Pokemon on the floor. Then yeah, there's all the environment stuff. Rock Smash. Okay, enough of this. Enough of this. So, what am I gonna do? What is my plan? Yeah, I wanted to do a little bit more, so oh yeah, I haven't even managed my items yet. So, bam bam. Bam. Okay. Alright, let me just quickly check here. I don't need any item with me. Oh, there's some work. I'm attempting to get the work task. The thing is also, when some work task appears, there are hundreds of people trying to get the work task at the same time as me, so there's no guarantee that I will get it. Sometimes it struggles loading because there's so much going on at once. But I got it, so there will be more money for me. So then, yeah. Store the money. We save. And then quickly take care of work. I will be back in about 15 minutes as usual. Oops. Yeah, there we go.
Hey there, and welcome to my tutorial about how to draw books. The plan for this video is to show you 3 different versions: a closed book, an open book, and a book with its pages scrolling in the air. All of these books will also be in different bookbinding styles: old, modern, and Japanese. Additionally, at the end of the tutorial I will show you a special drawing with a very detailed book, of which I am actually kind of proud of, which is a rare thing. Okay then, enough of just talking, let's start drawing. Thank you. So I'm going to use tools and techniques in order to draw in perspective, like vanishing points, measurement points, and so on. It is not necessary, but I still want to show you a clean result. And I think that it's still good to know. If you want to learn more about how to draw in perspective, I actually made a whole series about it. So I'm going to choose this here as the starting point, and then measure 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then over here 5 units. So this here will be the length, and here the width, and also 1.5 for the height. Quickly connect these with the measurement points, and then just simply draw the whole box shape, like so. So this is the basic shape of our closed book, and we're going to add more details. So this here is the back, the spine of the book, and I want to add some roundness to it by simply drawing these curves as an indicator. The cover has a certain thickness that I also want to illustrate right here, as does the spine. There's going to be a gap between the edge of the cover and the pages, so we leave some space over here. Then this corner of the pages is also rounded, and we just hook around. I want this book to be an old book, and back then we used techniques that we don't use anymore. Let me actually teach you some basics about bookbinding, and then you will understand better. Okay, so I have a booklet here that I made with the help of a very nice friend of mine. Even though it is fairly simple, books basically use the same methods, among others. You take the pages that you want, fold them in half, punch a couple of equally spaced holes in the middle, and sew them together. Books just take it further by having several of these booklets stacked above each other, and an extra support so that all the pages are held together nicely without them shifting around. That support typically is either glue or more sewing and utilizing some extra strong cords. Then there is of course the cover for protecting those pages, made of wood, cardboard, or some other relatively hard material. The book that I am drawing is supposed to be a very old book, maybe ancient. The go-to method back then was to use cords to hold the page stacks together. They did that by sawing ridges into the backside of the page stacks so the cords fit in nicely, and then simply sewed them together with the pages. Those cords would also hold the covers. Over all of that, a singular piece of leather is stretched and glued on. And so a typical thing you normally see are those mounds, those bridges. Those are hiding the cords underneath, which hold everything together. And so we also want to add those bridges, those mounds that stand out to our book. So the first one is going to be relatively close to the end here, and I'm drawing this line that I also want here on the other side, with the same space. In order to do that, in perspective, you can just simply find the middle point of this whole rectangle, and then go over here at the top of the bottom of this line, go through the middle, and here this intersection is where you draw the other line. As simple as that. And then I use some arbitrary width that I don't really worry about too much. And those are going to be those bridges. I want them to follow the same curvature of the spine, and therefore draw these curves here too as an indicator. Okay, this is the very basic structure of a closed book of that kind. Let me switch to the version that I already prepared beforehand. Alright, not very different so far. However, I added a bunch of extra details to make the book look more interesting. Various patterns pressed into the letter, metal pieces here and there. You can decorate your book however you want, there aren't really any rules about it. And here is the finished version. I did a little experiment and tried to paint it without outlines. Not my favorite to be honest, so the next drawings will have outlines again. In order to make sure that the debossed patterns properly stick out, make sure that you add plenty of highlights. Embossed patterns would simply be dark, with maybe some highlights at the edges, depending on where the light comes from. As always, in what kind of style you draw your book in is completely up to you, and so I will move on to the next drawing. So the next one is going to be a modern book, opened at the middle and lying on a flat surface. So we're choosing our starting point again, and here I'm just going to do my measurements. And this here is the middle, right where we have the book opened. Here we have the side of it, and I'm also going to add the height, which this time is much lower. So what I also want to do is I want to measure the height left and right from this middle point. Then quickly connect everything. And so this is our basic shape, a bit more complex than the previous one, but still not that bad. And something else I want to do is I want to draw a line right here, connecting those two lines, and has a small gap to the bottom. And now I'm sketching out the rounded spine right here that lies on the flat surface. So here we have those corners. They are not all the way rectangular, they are just going to face this way still. And then connect those corners with the corners of the box. And those are going to be the covers. So we add some thickness to it again, right here. And the same for the spine too, of course. What you can often see is, right here at these corners, there are some little ridges, in order to make it easier for the cover to bend. And here's just the side of the cover, plainly following the vanishing points. And so you can see that the middle of the book is slightly elevated. Now once again we want to leave a small gap between the edge of the cover and the pages. And so I'm going to sketch it out right here and draw it across like so. So those corners here will be where the pages start. A special thing that modern books have is a hollow back right here between the pages and the spine. It is normally made out of simple folded cardboard, and its purpose is to make it easier for you to keep the book open and also give it more stability. So here we would have the end band, or the headband, and that little woven string's purpose is simply to also hold the pages together and to make it easier for you to pull out books out of shelves. And here I'm drawing these lines as indicators of where the pages would lie, but it isn't that simple. Let me show you how the headband or end band and the pages are bending when you open a book by using an actual book. Alright, so here we have a large book which is perfect for this demonstration. While it is closed, you see that the back isn't hollow yet and just neatly follows the curvature of the spine. I open the cover. I'm sorry, Hoko. And you notice that already a few of the top pages are eager to unfold. When I flip some pages, you see how strongly these are curving up. There is always this kind of tension that forces the pages to curve up like that. One of the main purposes of the rounded spine plus the hollow back is to reduce that tension. A book with a flat spine and all the pages firmly glued together would constantly try to close itself. It can't help it. And so what you often do is bending the spine so that it keeps open without holding it the whole time. As a result, you get those marks at the spine. It is not quite optimal, but that kind of book binding is simply cheaper. So let us flip some more pages and pay attention to how the yellow end band is curving. It always has some kind of peak right where you have the book opened. The spine, in the meantime, doesn't change its shape all that much. Therefore, it has to roll away on the surface, giving in to that tension. And here we are at the middle. The end band forms some kind of hill shape, a flat bell curve. When you look at the pages, you can see that the top pages are curving up. And then you progressively have thicker and thicker groups of pages until we get to the biggest chunk that still stays relatively flat. Well, almost, because you often still have a small gap between the bottom pages and the cover. All of that is because of tension, friction, and gravity. It is surprising how much physics comes into play for something as simple as opening a book.
And so what we're going to do is we decide for a peak right here, and then still keep it somewhat flat here at the top, and then curve around and converge towards those corner points right here. So this part will be left hollow, as you already know, and this end band is going to have also a certain thickness to it. Sometimes they also have patterns, so we can include that too. And as for the pages, we want to leave this small gap that you saw before, and then converge to this line that we drew all the way over here until the very end. So this half of the page is still lying somewhat flat on the cover. And this edge here is just simply following the perspective. There is nothing special about that. Now what you want to do is, here is the middle point, the peak, and we separate it into several stacks, several groups of pages. And so here we would have the biggest chunk. And we follow the same curvature from before in order to keep the thickness constant all the way until the very end. However, we are not drawing straight up, but those pages are going to be closer to the middle, because you see there is distance right here. So we take that into consideration and draw this line sloped. Then the next group, we leave out a small gap and then slowly converge to the bottom. Keep the thickness once again constant till the very end, and then give it a bit of slope here. Also, see that I left a gap here. This is also important because these pages travel a longer path right here because of this gap, which will be shown here. And another one, they're getting thinner and thinner while also curving more and more. Can be helpful to indicate the darker areas, otherwise it will get a bit confusing with all these curves. And then maybe one last singular page that is curving all the way up like so. And here at the side, again, they will only follow the perspective. There's nothing special about it, so I'm going to do this very quickly. And you basically do the same thing on the other side and try to make the back follow the same curvature as the front part. I'm not going to finish this sketch because that would take way too long. Instead, I'm skipping right to the prepared sketch. Alright, here we are. Also, looks a bit better in my opinion. Okay then, let us take a short look at the finished version. Not really much to say here, I keep the pages blank simply to save time. However, the special drawing that I have been talking about will have some filled out pages which I am very fond of. But before that, we still have to do the third drawing. So the last one is going to be a traditional Japanese book. They don't have hard covers, and they are just pages that aren't folded, stacked above each other, and stitched together at one side. So I'm choosing this point now as our starting point, above the horizon line, therefore we're looking from below. And I'm doing my measurements again. 6 over here, 4 over here, and then just 1/2 down, and 4 up. And drawing the lines, we're starting with the bottom here, which is the side that is stitched together. Over here, I'm drawing this shape here, and I want to copy this square over here to the other side. There are other ways to do this, but here I'm finding the middle point, and here through this intersection I want to draw this line, and this is how I copied over. I also explained it in my perspective videos. Then I want to draw this over here in order to have this kind of box shape.
I admit it is getting a bit confusing now, but I will explain everything, and also, again, you don't have to do all of that. There are simpler ways. At first I want to focus on this side here, where we have the strings that hold the pages together. What I do is I'm going to extend this rectangle here a bit further in order to make it easier to measure everything. I am going to draw a line, again, relatively close to the edge right here. And I'm going to copy it the same way as I've already shown before. Like so. Okay, I have this now copied over here. Let me also draw this line here. And now I want to separate this rectangle here into 3 different parts. And you do that by drawing at first here this line from the middle, and then connect those corners with this line. And now this X that is drawn here in the middle of this inner rectangle, the intersection between those X lines and those lines that we just drew are going to be the spots where we draw the lines that separate the rectangle into 3 equal parts. It's just that simple. And so we can use that in order to draw this side here. There's a certain thickness once again. We want to keep that in mind. And we draw a line here for the strings. And I also want to give the strings some thickness too, in order to make them stand out even more. And right across here too. And now at these spots you normally would have the strings go into the pages and have them intersect and be woven together, so we want to indicate that too. And now to these squares, and I drew them because I want to draw half circles. If you watched my video about how to draw circles in perspective, you will understand a bit better. So we're drawing from these corners at first relatively flat and then curve around. Here the same thing, like so, dropping down like here. Same thing over here too, relatively quickly, so it could be a bit sloppy, but of course the prepared version is going to look better. Now we have to imagine how the pages are going to bend, and I want to draw them in a way that the pages are going to be just flat right at the top, those that are in the middle, and those that are at the sides are going to bend the most. And so in order to take those pages that are at the sides here into consideration, we would simply subtract a little bit from the circle right at the side. It has a curvature, but it is not the same. It curves a bit less, therefore it is converging with the circle right here at the sides. We do the same thing over here too. It doesn't have to be perfect and exactly the same, otherwise it will get too crazy. It's already crazy enough. Alright, and next I want to decide where I want to have my pages. Here at the bottom I keep them relatively close to each other, and then space them out more and more. Curve around once more, and then the density will be higher once again. Draw some lines across, just simply connecting those curves. As simple as that. I'm just going to do this for the pages that are at the front. And I also want to add some lines here too that connect with the middle. And those are going to help us to get the curvature right. Alright, so we are freely drawing again, and I'm curving up over here. So this is the strongest curved page. Curving strongly like here, and then going right back to the middle. And they always go back to the middle, like so. And none of these lines should ever intersect with each other. And you see that the curvature is going to get flatter and flatter. And an indicator of how much they're curved would be how big of a gap there is between the straight line here and the curve that you're drawing. So here you have quite a strong gap, and then it gets flatter and flatter. Here there's barely anything, so we keep it relatively flat, as I've already described before, and then curving stronger and stronger once more. And then you draw these curves on the other side too, which can be a little bit difficult, but you don't have to be perfect about it. I'm not going to draw all of these pages now, that would take too long, so let's switch to the prepared sketch again. So here is the complete sketch. You see that it can get quite confusing when trying to draw things like that in perspective. Would I recommend it? Maybe, if you are familiar with how to draw in perspective. You can still draw freely, and with what I've shown you, you can make the pages look more authentic. If you have the choice, I highly recommend using various different colors for sketching, like I did here. Imagine everything would be the same color. Oh, so confusing. Alright, let's move on to the finished version. And here we are. Again, I didn't fill out the pages to save time. Shading those pages was quite some work with all the angles and drop shadows to consider. Alright, and now I'm excited to show you this drawing. Here it is, a Yoshi storybook with all sorts of references to the games Yoshi's Island, Yoshi's Story, and Yoshi's Cookie. They are having a tea party with Laura Shigihara, also known as Super Shigi. If you don't know her, she's an incredible video game music composer, video game developer, and she loves Yoshis. So I just had to include her in her chibi version, designed by Emi Toyonaga, one of the amazing artists who worked on Super Shigi's game, Rakuen. Speaking of Rakuen, I also included a character of that game. Of course, Saito-san had to be in it too. I love the surprised Saito-san, but also when he's smiling. In total, I am very happy with how this drawing turned out, which is good considering how long it took. Just look at this mess. Even though I utilized a lot of useful tools of Clip Studio, drawing in perspective still can get convoluted very quickly. And to give you an idea of how bad I am at estimating how long drawing something will take me in advance, I thought it would take me about 2 days to finish this picture. It took me about a week in the end. But I'd say it was still worth it. By the way, I did actually make a Yoshi drawing tutorial years ago. Barely anybody watches it, but I still like it because dinosaur friend. So you see, there can be quite a lot to drawing something so seemingly simple like books. I also have to say that doing the research and learning about the history and techniques of bookbinding was fascinating. I watched way more videos about the topic than I needed to. Watching artistic craftsmanship is something I love doing after all. Well then, how are you going to design your book? It is your turn to draw now. As always, if you have any questions or constructive feedback, then please leave a comment down below. And for more information and links, please check out the description of this video. There is quite a lot in there. Alright then, have fun drawing.
Alright, finally done. And hello Knappy, welcome back. We are ending the video was ending, yes. But the stream is not over yet. Hello, B-Lug. I hope you have a nice lurky lurk time. And also Odie. Hello, hello. Nice to see you. The video felt very ending, yes. It was during the outro. With the kiddies. With brushy time for Hoko. Ah, yeah. Alright. There, music. Oops. Forgot to change the mapping of my controller again. There we go. Shibidibidibdibdibidiboo-boom. Alright, so what was the plan? Go to the Brine Cave, yes. And I hope you had some good noms. You're filled and full with energy. Alright, what floors do I need to be on? Again, 6 and 8. Dogi. So much non. Excellent. And what I like to read. Right, natural gift. Inflicts damage on the target. The move's type and power will change based on the kind of berry the user is holding, if any. Okay, let's check this out. Let's see how good or bad this is. Natural gift, mystery, dungeon, explorers. Shit-dum-da-ba-da-doo. Type normal. Power 16. I forgot how much power is actually good or bad. So, what to do? Let's look up another move. Let's look up Hyper Beam, for example. Move, collection. Yeah, there we go. And then explore. Wait, what? History. Collection. And this is explorers. Okay. Base power 30. Okay. Then how much is, I don't know. Body slam. $12. Okay. So, it could be stronger than Body Slam, even with a normal type. Just by giving him a plain seed. The issue is that he would need to hold something Therefore, he wouldn't be able to find items. Also, by the way, now that I think about this, well, not right now, but, do I want this? It's only plain damage. Use damage. Very though, unlike the core series games, it can be used without an item. But it's just one power, so the item will not be consumed. It's good. But yeah, just plain seed, 16 power, which is good, suppose. It's not super amazing. Flamethrower. Flamethrower is a very strong move. 18. So it would be not even as strong as a flamethrower move. And the range is front enemy, yeah. How much PP? 17, 18. There's at least that. Zen headbutt. Do I want to... I mean, I can get rid of vacuum cut finally. You know what? Let's get rid of vacuum cut. Yes. Oh yeah, this is also something I wanted to do. I wanted to remove this, because Munchlax doesn't get hit all that much anyways. And while he's holding no item, he can find more, which could be useful. Destination floor. Violent seed, nice. Still, we have not found a quick seed yet. Which is not great. A dugong. Ouch. This fucking dugong. Alright. Well, the reviver seed is gone now. Just to revive Vespi Queen, so that was very pointless. Why did I miss so gosh darn much? Great. Probably means that Vespi Queen will heal herself constantly. Oh, or she dies. Well, that works too. Why am I missing so much? Oh, because of the freaking gosh darn move there. Alright. Orange gummy. Yum yum yum. Now where is the quest thingy? There you are. Yes. Yes. And there we go. We are ultra rank. Now we can hold 640 items in the storage. Got some iron. Nice. Now let's see. Again, Railu tail. Oh, fine. The Brine Cave. Rescue. Good, good. Search. Okay. However, I will now reattempt the mission again. And you know what? I'm gonna nom a bunch of gummies. So, I want orange gummies. Thank you, Mysteria. I'm gonna need it. Orange gummies. Fighting is sky. Gold. Gold is psychic. And sky is flying. Those are maybe colors that I would like to keep. So feed all of the orange. As for, so we're gonna use white, normal. I can get rid of those, that's fine. And nothing else is good for normal types, so okay. Blue gummies, yeah, I'm not planning, because I think like probably I wanna have maybe a water type Pokemon. Once I can finally customize my team. Oh yeah, boxes. Or singular box. Squirt foam. Oh, not so sure about that one. Bulk up, explosion. What is bulk up? Attack and defense, eh. Okay. Now I'm also gonna store the joy ribbons back again. They don't really do all that much, so Pink gummies go away. I mean, what kind of types am also not likely to get into my main team? Fire, water, grass, electric, ice, all of this could be potentially useful. Poison, maybe less so? Fighting, poison. Pink, would that be? Well, you know what? I'm also gonna feed pink gummies to Rylu. I'm gonna keep a plain seed that will be held by Munchlax. Seed. Okay. And take. I'm gonna get the green bow out again. Yeah. Then gummies. I got a bunch. Some pink gummies. I have very little pink gummies, even though I've never really used them. Huh? The white ones. I gotta have some white gummies though. Okay, one singular white gummy. Well, okay. Better than nothing, I suppose. I'm getting all of my reviver seeds. Another violent seed, because, well, maybe I'll get a quick seed and then... Oh yeah, no, that's not my strat anymore. That's right. Do I have a max elixir already? Well, now I do. And I could use these, but I also kind of want to keep them for a later Pokemon that I actually want to main. There's a little bit of greed still active. Maybe I shouldn't be like that, but oh well. Okay. Give this to me. We have 2 max elixirs, that's fine. Type advantage master. Attack rolls. Nice. And attack again. Wonderful. Defense also good. Attack. As long as I'm not getting special attack, that is the most useless to me. Well, I had to open my mouth. Power pitcher. Special defense. Good, good. Special defense again. Survivalist. Defense. And defense again. Alright, overall pretty decent. And the one singular white gummy to relax, bro. Feel kind of sorry for him. Brick tough, nice. And defense, good. Alright. Now I wanna check out. The brick tough, as far as I remember, is just HP. Yeah. Survivalist is what? Pokemon's belly fills up more than usual from eating. May also resist the bad effects from eating grimy food. Okay. That's fine, I suppose. The Pokemon's throwing power is boosted, so thrown or hurled items inflict greater damage. I guess that's okay, that will not help me in the boss fight. But alright. Okay, save. And you're gonna do this. I'm immediately gonna give this to Relax Bro, because otherwise I'm gonna forget. It's not important that I find more items with him. At this point, it's not that important. Okay, let me just shortly think. Is there something that I've forgotten? I'm fine. Let's go. Another level up, good, good. My goodness. Oh. And it's from Origami King. That game has such amazing music, I tell you. Sure, it's not like the old Paper Mario games, but the music, I tell you. Bow, 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 wow. Do 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 do. And he's running away. Well, well, well. But yeah, the natural gift attack does some pretty decent damage. I do have to say. Here's a quick seed, but I'm not able to use it. Of course. So I don't remember how much EP does Natural Gift have? 17. Nice. Another quick seed, but this one I can actually use. Alright. Very nice, very nice. And that means I can also use a violent seed at the beginning of the fight. And I will apply that on Snorlax. Not Snorlax, Munchlax. Relax, bro. Relax, bro. Wrong direction. Another quick seed, alright. Alright, here it comes. Did I pause it? Hello? Don't tell me. Okay, that was weird. Anyways. So, first of all, gotta turn off every move except for a natural gift. Then, I have 4 quick seeds. Jeez. Okay. How about I eat 2 then? There we go. So Munchlax can also one-hit kill them now. Rebound, 4 damage. Wowie. Nice. This seems a lot better now. Okay, how is Munchlax doing right now? He's fine. I'm gonna target Chatot. Good. This guy's also gone. Ooh, nice. This is looking good. Only Duck Trio can actually attack Munchlax right now, and I don't think they have enough to kill him. Ooh, and paralyzed too. Very nice. Duck Trio is done. This is a win! Finally! Oh my god. Do not fucking tell me it's gonna end this fucking stupidly. At least Munchlax is tanking the damage. Oh my god. Don't fucking scare me like that. Don't miss! Oh my god. Okay, I cannot afford to fool around. Eat something. Heal yourself, please. No, not again. Just do normal attacks. No, no. Oh my god, that miss. No! Can you fucking... It went so well! And then the fucking sleep at the end. We can do this. We're powerful, we can do this. Just have to get back real quick. It's fine. I will be finally done with this bullshit fight. I so want to be done with it. Also, let me just turn everything off already, right now. Because it has 17 PP anyways. It's plenty. Of course, once again, the very last room. Why don't you die? Stop it. Here we go. I did. I killed almost every enemy, and then at the very end, Wigglytuff sent me to sleep twice in a row. Yeah, that was bullshit. Again, this sort of stuff is so overpowered in this game. You're playing Street Fighter, cool. Yeah. It was going pretty well. Munchlax was able to one-hit kill others with his natural gift move now, and yeah, it was looking good, but then yeah. And I had so many quick seeds, it was ridiculous. That song ended up pretty abruptly. I don't know what was up with that. Munchlax is out of PP, I see. Fine, I'll shortly turn something else on. There we go. Foxy. How does a little Nidoran have so much HP and only give me 12 experience points? Make it make sense. I'll just move on. Doo-doo. And more work. If I get the spot. I'm trying to get in. Still not in. And it's gone. Well. That's fine. At least I won't get interrupted. Focus punch. There it is again. Good rain. Ooh. Of course you miss. Please take care of it. Thank you very much. Alright, here we are. Just thinking, did I forget something? Nope. Here we go again. So, turn this off. First of all, items. I don't have a quick seed this time. Nope. It's ridiculous. I had 4. I found 4 quick seeds last time and now 0. Fantastic. The counter actually doesn't do anything useful for me. It's much more important that Relax Bro. It's a violent seed. Then... Then Chancho. Also, I'm not a fan of Wigglytuff being next to Munchlax and Rylu. But this guy's done. Defense curl is not good. Chatot will be the next. Please hit. Good. This guy's done. Please, please, okay. Alright, I need to heal Munchlax. Not good. Why do you have so many status thingies? Alright, Drain Punch against this little guy. You are paralyzed. Please don't. Please don't. Let me move! God. Both are low on health. I can only heal one. Okay. I think it's smarter to heal Relax Bro because he can tank my damage. However, I wouldn't tank his damage, so there's that. It sucks that I cannot attack this turn, but what can you fucking do? So, Ductrius done. That's fine. Okay. Now Drain Punch. Good. Only Wigglytuff left. Let's make sure I'm full HP. Here it is, finally! They got me. Everyone run away. Hey, hey, hey. So, what was that all about? I guess we did alright. Let's move on. Let's go to Luminous Spring. Yes, I would like to save. Please. My goodness. Hey, Teddy Ursa and Ursa Ring. Oh, it's you. What happened to you two? I thought you two were tagging along right behind us. Something came up. Anyway, what's up? Well, see, there's a treasure box here. There wasn't a treasure box here before. I want to open it, but I'm also getting a creepy feeling from it. You know, it'd be nasty if it's a booby trap or something. So we've been debating whether we should open it or leave it be. Well then, we'll open it. You see, we got sent here for the guild's graduation exam. They told us to bring back the treasure from here. Oh, that's it. That box must have something to do with your exam. You guys should open it. Can you check this? I think it probably would be okay. But you never know, it could be a trap. If I can get a dimensional scream to activate, that may give me a better idea if this treasure box is safe or not. Mick touched the treasure box and explodes. Ah, the dizziness. The dizziness is starting. Thank you, thank you. Well, that was very helpful. It was Wigglytuff that put this treasure here. That means inside this treasure box. This is...
It's a perfect apple.
The treasure of Luminous Spring. It was a perfect apple. A perfect apple as the treasure. It suits Wigglytuff, I guess. Whoa! What was that? What's that? Light. The light is shining down.
Oh, then maybe... Did Luminous Spring regain its power?
Apparently they can walk on water. Those that seek awakening. Whoa! Where's that voice coming from? The resumption of time has brought light here again. If you seek evolution, step forward.
I knew it. I knew that Luminous Spring would be revived.
Good for you, Teddy Ursa. You've been looking forward to evolution for a long time.
Yep.
Evolution? Oh, that's right, Wigglytuff mentioned it before. Luminous Spring?
Yep. It was where Pokémon once went to evolve. But maybe because of time troubles we had, no sunlight shines on the spring now. Now nothing can evolve there.
Wigglytuff said that this was where Pokémon would come to evolve. But what is evolution? Oh, you don't know what evolution is? What it means to evolve? Are you an idiot? You're a Pokémon. What the fuck?
Some kinds of Pokémon can evolve if specific conditions are first met. When a Pokémon evolves, its appearance changes, sometimes dramatically.
Really? Your appearance changes? That's right. And it may not just be how you look that changes either. When you evolve, sometimes your form and abilities can change. How about that? Really?
Yep. I've wanted to get stronger. I've been hoping to evolve for a long time. I'll try it out right away.
Stronger. More muscles. More sida muscles.
Those that seek awakening. This is Luminous Spring. Do you seek to evolve? To gain more muscles?
Yep, please.
Do you need an item to do so?
Nope, I don't need one.
So be it. Seeker of Awakening, let us begin.
Something is happening.
To Teddy Ursa. Okay, it's just narrator. Teddy Ursa's appearance is changing. Teddy Ursa evolved to Ursa Ring. Whoa! Teddy Ursa looks just like Ursa Ring now. Because he is a Okay. Yay! Hey, Ursaring. I've evolved. Congratulations, Ursaring. All the leveling up went through finally. All the leveling up you went through finally paid off. Now it's hard to tell us apart, but good for you. We should try evolving too. Yes, please, finally. I'll try first, okay? Those that seek awakening, this is luminous spring. Do you seek to evolve? Yep, I want to evolve. Please, oh, this is exciting. Do you need an item to do so? An item? I don't know. I don't need one. So be it. Seeker of Awakening, let us begin. No, impossible. You may not evolve. Why not? Why can't I evolve? Is it maybe because I haven't met my requirements for evolving? No, that is not it. It is not merely a problem of not meeting requirements. Then why? Tedursa was able to evolve. Why can't I evolve? Why can you not evolve? It may be influenced by a distortion in the fabric of space. Distortion? The fabric of space? Are you making this all up now? Why that should be, I do not know. But your presence is somehow related to the distortion of space itself. And as a result of that, you cannot evolve. No, it is not only you. There is yet another. The one behind you is also forbidden its evolution. Huh? Me too? What? Me too? That is all I can tell. This is luminous spring. If you seek new evolution, then you shall return. Well, great. I feel robbed. I guess it's not just me. I guess you can't evolve either. I don't get why we're not allowed to evolve though. Anyway, we have the perfect apple that was in the treasure box. Let's take it back to the guild.
You've passed your graduation exam. Congratulations! You two have passed the guild's graduation exam. You did it! Oh, not celebrating? Are you maybe not happy?
Well, yeah, I'm happy, but it hasn't really sunk in. It's not like we did anything that special.
That's not true at all. Don't you understand that what you two did was incredible? You went and brought back a fantastic treasure in a perfect apple. But even better than that, you defeated that horrifying Grandmaster of all things bad, didn't you?
But that's what I don't understand. Wigglytuff, how do you know what we defeated? That we defeated the Grandmaster of all things bad?
We heard it somewhere.
Besides, that bad Grandmaster Wigglytuff, wasn't that you?
Huh? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Grandmaster of all things bad.
Me too. I don't know nothing. The Grandmaster minions? What are they?
Hey, me too.
I don't know any minions.
Everyone, what's going on?
Anyway, you two have officially graduated from the guild. From now on, you will no longer be bound by the guild's strict regulations. You'll be free to operate as an exploration team totally on your own.
Oh, that's great. Does that mean from now on that we get to keep all the reward money from the board jobs? And we don't need to share with the guild? That's awesome!
No. Unfortunately for you, that aspect doesn't change at all. As before, you will still have to give most of that money to the guild.
Huh?
Speaking of another scam.
Why?
Moderation from the guild means that you are affiliated with us. Your team, the what? Can operate only because of this guild. So you'll need to accept that as part of being an exploration team.
Oh, but then it's not as if anything's changed at all from before.
Ink, you don't understand. Graduating from the guild is extraordinary.
That's right. I should know, even I couldn't pass the graduation exam. Ha 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 ha.
Anyway, you two have passed the exam with flying colors. I hope you'll keep up the great work as explorers.
Really tough.
Congratulations, Relax Burning.
Oh my gosh, how wonderful!
Hey! Sniff, I'm so happy for you all. I'm...
Drop in your old friends from now on. Drop in on your old friends now, then.
Everyone.
Congratulations, team. The what?
Oh, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
The Exploration Team Federation has sent a message. Enlarged treasure bag. Thank you. You can now carry more items than you could before. Also, as startup funds for the newly affiliated team, the Team the What received 10,000 gold. One more thing. A special episodes in the Future of Darkness has been unlocked. Ooh. To play this special episode, select blah 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 blah. You graduated! Woo! I didn't notice.
Since we can't use our old room at the guild anymore, let's live here from now on. I don't get this whole idea of graduating much yet. But let's keep working as an exploration team like we've always done. From now on, team... the what? It's new exploration base. Let's head to the guild and check out the job bulletin board and the outlaw notice board for jobs. It's a new beginning for us.
Quick advice. Because you graduated from the guild, you may, from now on, save a record of your progress using your bed here. Okay.
Congratulations on graduating. You two are extraordinary. Do you know what they say about that guild? That they make it terribly hard for apprentices to graduate. Helps awaken Pokemon. Okay. Throw in accuracy, don't care. Speaking of scams, you're here to offer a great deal on bottles of H2O. Wowee. Okie dokie. You can hear it. Ah. That was a great deal indeed. Totally free. PB up formula, oh my. Cinnamon is getting into the mood again. Now soon it will be cock spam all over again. Oh my goodness. Enables movement anywhere. Maybe I want to keep this? Just in case? Yeah. Ah, great. Ads. Ah. Ah, shit, I cancelled. Oops. Doesn't matter, I have to open the boxes anyways. ... You two, I commend you for graduating. Thank you for the kind words. Oh, about the Pokémon item. Ah. Of course. What else could you possibly mean by that? Silly me. I said, oh, it is exact same as the wolf. What does our boy have to say?
Good morning to you all. Even after you graduate from the guild, you can surely keep up with your exploring, yup. Huh? You're all asking me where you ought to go exploring? Oh, well, I wouldn't know how to answer that for you all, but you'd all have to agree with me on that there is still plenty of mysteries in this here world of ours. I'm sure that you all will want to probe and explore places like that. So keep checking the guild's 2 boards for jobs just like always. After you do more jobs, I bet something new will brew on the horizon. Yup. I just can't shake that feeling. As for me, I need to work on graduating from the guild myself. Yes, I do. There's another good day of exploring. Yup.
Yogi the Bidoof? It's more Goofy inspired, but alright. Goofy and Yogi, the bear, both have similar attitudes, yeah? Chamcho, are you going to tell me that I can freely organize my team now? Please.
Hey, Chamcho. What's up?
Oh, Mink, relax, bro. Congratulations on graduating from the guild. Team... the what? Now gets to operate in association with the guild, right? So your assembly privileges also change. Let the bell ring. A new special service is available to you.
Special service? So what's the special service?
Well, it's special. You can now change your leader before your team goes to a dungeon.
The team leader? We can change the leader before going to a dungeon?
Yes. Up to now, Mink was always the team leader on explorations, right? Now, because the guild has given your team affiliate status, you can make any member of the team the leader before going into a dungeon. In other words, you can assemble a dungeon team from only team the recruits. An exploration team made that way will still be officially recognized.
Oh, cool! So that means, if we plan to explore a dungeon where our current team will suffer type-based disadvantages, we can build a totally different team, even changing the team leader so that we can gain type advantages instead.
Absolutely. Of course, there are dungeons that only Mink and Relax Bro may enter. I hope you make use of my new service. Anyway, good luck with your exploration teamwork. There we go, finally. Really love the concept that Pokemon have their own civilization that people don't know about, yeah. But also makes the mainline games basically from the point of view of the baddies, yeah. Like they have their own lives, they have their own communities and civilization. And then comes a human and rips a Pokemon away from all of that. To force it to fight against other Pokemon against its will. Great. Alright, so... Now here are a bunch of possibilities. What kind of Pokemon we could take. As far as I remember, we don't really have any particularly strong recruits right now. And especially I want to go for Pokemon that have good moves. Juju! None of these are really interesting at all. Pokemon Reservation, alright. I'll put your name on the list. See that one. Okie dokie. Medea, Well, as for now, we're just gonna... Special attack and attack is high. Defense is pretty meh. I don't know. Well, let's have this one join, I suppose. So right now we don't really have anything that would be particularly better than these two guys. But well. Ralu card, finally. This one can go away. Suridu can also go away. Valiant Rock. That's how it's called, huh? Boost defense and special defense. Okay. All right. There's actually quite a lot. I suppose this will get more involved as things will go on. And there are also some that are not specific for specific Pokemon, but for specific types. I see. Interesting. I want to see what's over here now. So this room is just empty at this point. Okay. All right. Zero Isle. And can you tell me more about it? What's in here? This flame. Hidden land? No. Beach cave? No. Now, am I getting new areas, perhaps, somehow? Oh, there is a bunch, actually, now. Zero Isle. Spring. Okay. Lots of new stuff. Exciting. Okay, so I'm gonna save. And that's gonna be it, because I still need to cook food. So I don't wanna let it get too late. Next time we're also gonna start the next special episode. And hopefully it won't be as hard as the previous one. Because my god, that was something. But yeah, thank you all for hanging out with me. There was also quite a lot of work today. So I extra appreciate that you're sticking around with me despite that. Work good, work means money, yep. So it is overall a net positive. Alright, let's see who is online. Would be great if I could see, I don't know, a Cinnamon online or a Vinsanti, but during these hours, probably more unlikely. You're going to stream soon, but you saw me and you haven't showered yet. Whoops. Well then, we're gonna raid somebody else then. How about some funky music game? Music rhythm game. Let's go raid Meep again. Feel free to spam as many chaotic emotes that you want. There's also a link tree. You can find all sorts of stuff, like in my YouTube channel or the link to my Discord, where there are lots of lovely people and you can chat with me and show you off your stuff and many other things. Meep is a lovely bean. Oh, third place, finally! There we go. Just barely in time. Third place finally got claimed. Good job, Cena. Yes. Meep is a lovely bean. She has 3 very cute cats. And plays a variety of games. A lot of horror games too. Good girls finish last. I see. And yeah, that's all. Maybe I'll stream tomorrow again. It all just depends on what work projects I have. If I have nothing that is like takes too long, I'll stream. That's it. But yeah, have a good one.